really understands how you talk. And if you really want to do it much more deeper, you have to upload a 30-minute full voice with complete clarity. That's the third tool. This is me in Korean, okay?
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 모하메드
Voice.
일리아스입니다. 메디콜에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
So that was me in Korean. In fact, I don't know Korean. So this technology is called Heijin. It basically, it gives you the power to talk in more than 100 plus languages. This is actually very revolutionary if you're looking at, the medical tourism space. You can talk in Bangla, you can talk in Sinhalese, you can talk in Arabic, you can talk in any language, in fact. It does a perfect lip sync. That's the most important part of this tool. And the kind of applications that you can have when you're busy and when your avatar is ready, we call it as avatar. So you can use this avatar to even create content for your social media. So you can even come in 2-3 different attires and you can have your clones ready. And then only with your permission, there's a lot of protocols in the way how they get permission from you to create your clone. And only you can access your clone. So there are some certain security protocols. So this is a tool called Heijin, which does this. So apart from your own avatar, you can also use other avatars if you want a product demonstration. You want to do trainings within your organization and you really don't have time. You can pick and choose one of these avatars and then you can give the content that you want avatar to talk about. And then you can even create training sessions within your organization. Okay. The fourth tool is this for video clips. So this is my video which is there in the internet space. So I keep speaking in forums like this. So if there's a long session, so if I want to cut down, just get the clips from this session for creating shorts or for reels, only thing that I have to do is, I just have to pick up, give that link, YouTube link to this particular tool, and it will slice and dice and it can give me smaller versions of my video with a properly done subtitling also here.
How do we do it?
So
The moment I talk about internal signage,
So that was the complete video in my YouTube. I just gave the link and it comes out here like this. So this is a tool called Opus Clip. Okay. If there are two people talking, it comes one below the other. The fifth is a very interesting thing. ChatGPT, as you all are aware, and you should all be using it. But there are very interesting aspects of ChatGPT which you can really explore. That happens through the custom GPT concept. So when you have a paid version, you can see there are so many other tools which are linked to ChatGPT. So apart from using ChatGPT, there are a lot of other tools that you can actually access through ChatGPT through the prompts. And I'm sure that you should also be, you would have seen a lot of people using Gemini, Nano, Banana and all that. So those are very interesting applications that you can look at. So what we did is we used these tools just to create some imagery, which is an agency grade, communication that you can actually create without having to spend a lot of money on this. We wanted to create a character who is sleeping at office, somebody sleeping while driving. We could not really find such an image anywhere on the internet and any stock images, but it's all about your creativity. You can think about it and you can really create it. And this was for a gummy called Health ETC, okay, a sleep gummy that they have. So you can actually create any kind of image. It's all about the concept that you need to have, and then from there you can actually go for production. So it's all about your creativity that you can really come up with. And there is another tool which has come, which is really a game changer, I can say. Now we've been using ChatGPT subscription, Perplexity and Claude and DeepSeek and stuff like that. So all together they have clubbed it in one single tool called AI Fiesta. This seems to be from an Indian origin, and what they have done is they have clubbed all these tools under a single subscription package. So through one tool you can access the best result from all the 6 other tools which are coming out to you. The tool number 6 is this, Suno, okay? You can actually create your own brand song. So you don't need to hire a lot of people to actually create your own music, your own anthem. You can create your own song. This was actually a song which was created by Dr. Hari from Hyderabad. He's an ophthalmologist. So he had something called Eyes on the Prize, and then he starts giving out a lot of health advice relating to eye, and then he connects it with his brand. So all this was done very much effortlessly with the help of these tools. So this tool is called Suno. There are multiple tools available, but this tool is the one which is very recent, and this is doing a really good work, wherein you just have to give a prompt saying what kind of a song you want. It will do everything and it will compose it and it will give it to you. So this is very good when it comes to creating health awareness messages or for creating your own brand song for that matter. Number 7 is voice agent. Voice agents are going to really change the game, and already they have come in, and you don't need a receptionist. Basically, if supposing the Tamil version of these voice agents are going to be very perfect, you really will not require a receptionist because it can handle calls at length anytime, and it will respond to the calls. It will fix up an appointment for you. You will even get the message in your CRM or in your WhatsApp. So the voice agents are created with the different technologies available today. Even 11 Labs has one such thing. WAPI is another tool which helps you to create your own voice agents. And then we have our own native application, Sollu. They are also doing a fantastic job. Tool number 8 is, creating your own agents. There are a lot of things that you do every day, and a lot of these things, non-clinical work, which is monotonous in nature, but you require data relating to those things. For that, the simplest and the easiest way to crack is through creating your own agents. Building an agent and making that agent work for you 24/7 without taking holiday. And there are tools available for that. Since it's just an awareness session, I just want to give you the awareness, and doing that is another thing that your team can get trained, or you can even give it to people who are doing it. Ninth tool that I would recommend all of you to also stay tuned and look at is creating an integrated, or using an integrated marketing platform. Like how you have a solution for finance and a lot of other things. Marketing is one part which is actually not integrated in so many different ways. This is where a lot of money goes. If you have a one single place wherein you can use to build websites, or for scheduling your social media, or for managing your entire stack of your marketing, Google Analytics, and a lot of things, then M1 is the software which is from MI Labs, which is doing a fantastic job in this space.
More to Dr. Lokesh. Across a set of hospitals who are spread across geographically, how do you ensure data comes to you for?
So what we have built, or what we are doing right now, is just like I talked about computer vision for monitors, we also have computer vision for beds. So whenever a patient is necessary, but if the patient is not stable and the bedside is struggling to manage the patient, then we will tell them, okay, why don't we intervene with you? Why don't we talk to you? But how do we communicate to them? So we have what is called as an e-call button, which the bedside on their phone can just press a button and it goes an alert to the care center, where we are aware that they need help, and we get on a Google Meet, which is live on both ends. We talk to them. We also have a video calling model on the mobile itself. We have a mobile app where they can open the video call and talk to us on the video calling system. Now, the rest of the data, which is, there are labs, there are ECGs, there are X-rays, there are doctor's notes, all of that need to come to us as well. So we try to integrate as much as possible. We have integration with EMRs, we have integration with PACS, labs, all of that put together, we get data necessary from any part of the country. It's as simple as taking a pic if the EMR does not work.
Mr. Manish, just a quick question about, how do you make these robots, advanced technology, more accessible and feasible for financially viable for a tier 2 or a, small hospital?
Great. So we initially started with an imported robot, and I have Dr. Satish Devdas, who is using our imported robot. And I'm sure if I now tell him the price at which he has bought, and then now we launched a similar technology which is completely developed in-house at exactly the half price. So it is all about, sourcing the right items from the right countries, because today the scalability is possible, but everything to make in-house is not possible, no matter who you are and what is the scale and length and breadth of your manufacturing. So it all starts with manufacturing efficiency, and then to scale it up and take it to tier 2 cities and hospitals and make it work is another thing where training and education consistently comes into picture. And we do that very judiciously, and we provide a clinical specialist for every single surgery, whether it is happening in Coimbatore or it is happening in Salem or Trichy or any such. So it is manufacturing efficiency clubbed with training and education and a bit of marketing. With all these three things, I think the whole model becomes self-sustaining, and we can go to any remote place across the country.
Mr. Elias, a quick 1-minute response. How can marketing teams use technology to build trust and strengthen the hospital brand?
Okay. Marketing as a subject is usually used, only in the perspective of sales. Marketing is bigger than that. When you narrow down the perception of only looking at sales, you are actually, limiting the powers of marketing. Marketing can be effectively used, especially in the healthcare space. Instead of following the retail format, you can look at doing, awareness marketing, cost-based marketing. There are various ways to engage patients in a meaningful way, which actually builds in trust. That's on one side. The another important thing is that, how you really integrate all the tech which is available there and make the patient, come to you seamlessly. So if you have multiple techs, it should not confuse people. Through any technology patient is coming in to approach you, then how do you really seamlessly integrate and make them approach you?
Thank you all my dear speakers, for your valuable time. And I hope the audience found this session interesting. And thank you all for being a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you to both the moderators, Ms. Sandhya and Dr. Inian, and to the wonderful panel we have over here. So ladies and gentlemen, moving into the felicitation for the panel members over here, I would like to invite Dr. Giridhar Gyani, Director General, AHPI, to kindly come up onto the stage. In his absence, I would like to request Dr. Raju Shivaswamy to kindly come up onto the stage for the Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. onto the stage. Can we have a round of applause for him as he's about to felicitate the panel members and the moderator on the stage over here, ladies and gentlemen? Starting, I would request sir to kindly start with the moderator Sandhya ma'am itself. Next up, I would like to request sir to kindly felicitate the second moderator, that is Dr. Inian, on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I request Dr. Kim to kindly come forward to receive the felicitation. Following that, I request Dr. Lokesh MB to kindly come forward. Next up, I would like to request Mr. Manish Deshmukh to kindly come forward and receive the next felicitation. And last but not the least, so we have Mr. Muhammad Elias. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you to all the panel members and the moderator. Can we have a quick group photo and move on to the next session, please? I request all of you to kindly stay together and capture a group photo, and we can move into the next session. Yes, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a session on the title Demystifying Hospital Finances, a workshop for doctors and CXOs. So ladies and gentlemen, to take the session forward, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Adil G. Ladies and gentlemen, it's again my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Adil G, a dynamic healthcare strategist and a branding leader. As the founder of Flap Healthcare, Mr. Adil has been instrumental in shaping hospital growth strategies, defining impactful healthcare branding, and fostering innovation across the healthcare system. His expertise spans marketing, business development, and organizational strategies, working with hospitals and healthcare brands to strengthen their identity, visibility, and patient engagement. He's truly an inspirational figure over here, ladies and gentlemen. It is utmost our privilege to have him on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Adil G.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have a very interesting session. I hope all the delegates are having a great time listening to very reputed and knowledgeable speakers. So now I have with us Dr. Parag Rindani, the CEO of Group CEO of Wakad Hospitals, Mumbai, and he's here to talk about and give us a short practical session on demystifying hospital finances. And his session is being designed in a way which will help even non-finance professionals in the area of finance. Quick intro about him. He's a postgraduate in microbiology, hospital administration management, specialized in finance. And he's also principal assessor at NABH. And he's very active in the healthcare circles, CAHO, CIA, AHPI, whatnot. He was also awarded the Wakad Quality Team Leadership Award in 2007. And he's also actively participating in the NABH and JCA accreditation processes. And I now welcome him to the stage. Dr. Parag, over to you. I leave the stage to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the very outset, thank you very much, AHPI Tamil Nadu chapter, for inviting me and such a warm welcome. One qualification that Adil, my good friend, forgot to tell you is that I, by localization in the country, happen to be a Gujarati. As you would understand from the Adanis, Ambanis, and Disha, but I'm not going to perjure myself so badly. As you'd understand from the Adanis, Ambanis, that blood kind of runs in our, money runs in our blood, you know, and that's something that actually I think our blood is full of money. The point being that all of us basically, whether we like it or not, need to take home a paycheck at the end of the day. We need to create value for the promoter. We need to create, even in a trust hospital like Baptist Hospital, for example, the reason for declaring an EBITDA may be a social EBITDA wherein you're trying to reach out to more patients. So at the end of the day, we need to understand the financial situation of a hospital very, very well. Now, those of you who attended our CAHO class, master class, I'm sorry, but this is going to be a small repetition, but nonetheless, let's go through it. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressures are increasing. The payer pressures are increasing. We have an insurance panel later today, and they will tell you that they are forced to pay out more and more and more because diseases are getting more covered. People are reaching out to tertiary care hospitals. Tertiary care hospitals' costs are increasing. As you know, the GIC recently came up with this whole thing about trying to get private insurance players down to a common empanelment program with GIPSA. At some stage, probably rates also might come close to each other. And that is why you must understand that the pressure on the hospital to earn a profit is increasing dramatically. Please understand that many hospitals in this country do work with PMJY rates. Many hospitals do work with CGHS rates. There is not only the problem of actually making money, there's also the problem of recovering money, which I'm sure a lot of the vendors in this hall also would probably sympathize with because they have similar problems, you know, with hospitals. But please understand, my dear colleagues who sell us equipment, etc., if we don't get money, we can't pay you money. So it's a vicious cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, let's understand fundamentally what is the financial equation of care. You get money, which is called revenue, which is priced into volume, what we earn. Cost is the fixed and the variable cost, which all of us have to give out because our fixed costs are things like taxes, etc., doctor payouts. Even if the doctor doesn't earn, we still have to pay out. Margin is equal to the revenue minus the cost. So it's a very, very simple equation. Increase your revenue, reduce your cost, increase your margin. Funda bahut simple hai, right? But at the end of the day, this is what we need to learn. So today I've come to you with a small workshop. I doubt I'll finish it in 20 minutes. Adil, my apologies for that. But nonetheless, since everybody's overshooting on time, I think I'll also take that privilege since I flew down from Bombay. So please understand that the next thing you must understand is where does the revenue come from? The patient comes from self-pay. You have insurance TPA, which obviously gives you a little lower money than the cash patients. You've got government schemes, which could give you a lower amount of money, but you need it to meet your fixed costs. You would have corporate tie-ups like the PSUs, your ONGC, etc., etc., etc. You would have international patients where again there's a variable kind of money flowing in. But please understand, these are the examples which are on the slide, which I'm not going to read out because I want to get to the meat of the matter. Where does the money go? Money goes to manpower, money goes to cost of goods sold, which is the industry parlance, which is basically all the medicines and consumables that you procure. Obviously, there is a margin there. Let me tell you honestly, the margin that you get from medicines and consumables is actually more than the operational margin sometimes. You don't really make money on the surgery, but you make more money on the medicine and the consumables. By the way, you may record me, but don't quote me outside this room because I also currently work for a promoter, so I might lose my job and I really don't have another job in hand. Infrastructure, you need to build infrastructure, you need to pay the cost of equity, you need to pay the cost of land, okay? You need to keep buying expensive robots, equipment, you need to invest in marketing. My good friend Elias is smiling at me. You need to do all of this money. You need to spend for utilities, services, electricity, food and beverages. My good friends from Sodexo are there, pricey people, but very honestly, value for money. And of course, you've got administrative and IT overheads. You do have to give those little here and there to ensure licenses remain in good stead. Why are we saying all of this? Because all of this is going to boil down to what we call the P&L statement. The profit and loss statement is your Bible, Gita, Quran, whatever you call it. A good CEO, a pragmatic CEO should know his P&L statement by heart. A pragmatic CEO should know what he is shelling out for a TKR on a government in a location which is a tier 2 city. He should also know what he's shelling out for a cash patient in a tier 1 city. And while we all understand that we are all in this whole quote unquote glorified profession of saving lives, there are costs to be met and costs to be paid. We do pay salaries, we do give appraisals, we do all of this. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, you have to remain with something positive because every 7 to 8 years, your CT MRI gives up. Every few years, you need a new sonography machine. Advances in technology are coupled with advances in demands by clinicians. And therefore, you will need to put aside some money, not only to buy the new machines that depreciation demands of you, but also to tackle the new technologies that we heard about just about 5 minutes back. This also costs money. All my good friends, my 6 friends who were there in the previous panel will agree that nothing comes free. The trial is free, it's like the engagement period, but the actual marriage costs money, which all of us know. Let me take a very simple case. I have taken a 200-bed hospital with 40 ICU beds. The hospital is essentially full, it is making some amount of money, but it has got a lot of problems. There are charity patients which has got mandatory 10% beds required. As you know, many hospitals in this country, because of certain excise exemptions and all, they do get certain beds which they have to mandatorily give free. There's a certain rate defined by the charity commissioner. These are the things that are mandatory. Government beds also, which are mandatory minimum of 5% of beds, charged at 40% discount to the cash rate. TBA patients are currently at 10% discount to cash rate. Let me tell you, my insurance friends, I don't know whether they've already come, but you do negotiate hard and it's not easy. But this is what actually boils down to the revenue part. This is the revenue part. This is the part on which you have a cash tariff and everybody is asking for a discount because they feel you are making exorbitant amounts of money. Let me tell you, you are not. We are not. And that is why we need to understand how to get the 5th time, 6th time ganna, the sugar cane going inside the crusher so that we get that little extra mileage out of our monies. Let's look at a typical P&L. A typical P&L, ladies and gentlemen, would look something like this. You would have a revenue, which is net revenue after discounts. Remember, you have the Shiv Sena and the DMK and whatever, it's Congress calling up and say, give this patient free. I always have one word, baap ka mal hai kya? But then you have to, because that's the pressure of today's society. So this revenue is what we call the net revenue, net of the 10%, net of the 20%, and so on and so forth. You've got what is in industry parlance, my friend from Maruti would have agreed, in industry parlance it's called cost of goods sold, which is the cost of medicines, consumables, etc., which all comes under this. You've got a doctor payout, you have to pay your doctors. Doctor payout can be in various forms. This handout, by the way, is in your bags. You need not photograph. I've given it to you so that you can work on it. Doctor payout essentially would fall under a few categories. You would have your retainers like your microbiologists. I say that first because I'm one. Your pathologists, your anesthesiologists. Then you'd have your fee-for-service consultants who come from outside. Then you've got your orthopedicians, etc., who basically work on the minimum guaranteed model. The more they work, the more they take home, and so on and so forth. But all of this comes under doctor payout. Okay. Then you've got what we call a contribution. This is the contribution after the variable costs of the organization. After these variable costs, you've got the fixed cost. Marketing, frankly, is semi-variable, but nonetheless, there is a marketing cost. As you know, marketing is divided into ATL activities, BTL activities, digital marketing, and so on and so forth. You've got center expenses, electricity. We are still not recognized as a industry. Therefore, we still pay commercial rates. We need to fight that as AHPI. We have to pay for food and beverages. We've got to pay for housekeeping. We've got to pay for all of these things which come under operational expenses. True or false? I'd like to hear a collective true, because if there's hypoglycemia pre-lunch, I want to know it now. Yes or no? Yes. All of you pay these costs? Yes. Then we've got employee costs. How many of you believe employees are assets? We all do. But there is also a cost. Then we have the great government of India who suddenly comes up every 6 months and say, hey, minimum wages has gone up. So all of that comes under employee cost. Some people may put it under operational cost. Some people may put it under employee cost. It doesn't matter. It still reduces from the bottom line. And at the end, from your revenue, when you reduce your variable cost, you reduce your fixed cost, you've got what is called EBITDA. I am not even discussing post-EBITDA. Post-EBITDA, you've got interest, depreciation, taxation, and amortization. If you reach the level where you are actually going to make some profit, then you will have to pay some tax to Nirmala ji. Okay, Nirmala ji is a very important figure in my life, at least. Okay, my mother-in-law's name is Nirmala, so I can't help it. Okay, now let's understand how we function. For every procedure that you would have an average realization. Yes or no? This realization is a mix of TPA, cash, government, charity, all of that. But remember, the realization also has a commensurate cost of goods sold, which means that you are going to be spending money for each and every thing that you do. You do an angioplasty, you pay for the stent, you pay for the guide wire, you pay for all of this. Now, when you pay for all of this, you are procuring it at what is called as the EPR, and you are selling it as what is called the MRP. So therefore, you've got an average material cost which comes out for every procedure. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the biggest outflows that happens apart from doctor cost. Okay. So depending on what you would have certain things, please understand, you would have certain things that will have a lesser number of beds occupied in the hospital, but a higher amount of variable cost, that is a cost of goods sold. Let's take a few examples. Let's take the transcutaneous aortic valve implantation, that is the TAVI or the tower as it is called. The actual stay of the patient in the hospital is 2 days. The actual cost of the tower could go up to 20 lakhs or at a revenue level, and would come to about 13 lakhs at the cost of valve plus some other consumables, maybe 14 lakhs. On the other hand, when you take a routine valve replacement in a cardiac surgical theatre, you would probably earn a revenue of only 4 lakh rupees for a cash patient, but you would end up spending also much lower. So the amount, but the number of days that you are actually having the patient in your ICU and your wards is much higher. So depending on the curve at which your hospital is located, you need to decide what you want. Do you want beds getting vacated? We always want beds getting vacated. We always want surgeries happening faster. We always want beds in the ICU, in the ward getting vacated, which is why today there is so much of a focus on infection control. Everybody tells me, oh, you're a microbiologist, that's why you do infection control. No, I do infection control because the sooner I turn around the bed, the better. That if I have a patient who has a external wound infection with dehiscence, and that patient stays in my ICU for 8 days, he is blocking 2 days of a cardiac surgery, which could have brought me, 16 lakhs. Compared to that, I'm ending up with only about 4 lakhs on the same number of beds. Cost of infrastructure remains the same, cost of nursing remains the same. The doctor gets lower, the hospital gets lower, the actual revenue to EBITDA ratio changes. Which is why we need to indulge qualitists and infection control specialists, because they're actually contributing to the bottom line. We also have the OPDs, which really don't have a cost, but these are the funnels. Now let's understand, ladies and gentlemen, how do we enhance EBITDA? Before that, I'd just like to take you to one more slide. What are the leakages that happen in our organization? Unbilled areas, procedures that are done but not billed. We've got coding errors, so wrong surgery is mapped. We've got discounts and write-off, which we can prevent sometimes, but not always, because when a patient dies, somehow we feel that it is our dharma to give the patient a discount and not collect money. We feel abused that, oh, the patient died, so now we can't take money. We've got wastage that happens, expired drugs, drugs that are not recovered in time. My classic is finding a citrate vacutainer in the OT because it is not used in the OT very often. Delays, discharge delays, TPA delays, not sending paperwork to insurance in time results in not getting the insurance, then the patient doesn't pay and it causes problems. So what we need to do is we need to learn from data and not from assumptions. For clinical efficiency, we need to look at ALOS, OT, turnaround time, readmission time, operational productivity. We need to look at revenue per occupied bed. Why does revenue per occupied bed matter? A tier 2 city will have a different revenue per occupied bed than a tier 1 city. One of the things that we need to do, or what you need to go back and do, is what is your revenue per occupied bed on government patients? What is your revenue per occupied bed on cash patients? And what is your ARPOB on TPA patients? Why is this relevant? Because you will need to titrate the payer mix so that you are able to enhance your EBITDA. You will need to titrate your payer mix and your product mix so that you are able to enhance your EBITDA. Therefore, you should know what a spine surgery on CGHS is getting you at the bottom line and what a spine surgery on a cash patient is getting you on your bottom line. And therefore, your marketing activities will be appropriately directed. Remember that the cost and consumption per case is something that is very, very relevant. Most hospitals today deploy what is called kits in the OT. So per surgery, you'll be given only a kit. The question is, we don't really monitor the costs. We need to monitor cost surgeon to surgeon also. We need to monitor costs if you've got 5 hospitals, 7 hospitals, hospital to hospital also. And within the surgeon, we need to monitor the cost payer to payer also. Why are we doing all of this? We are doing all of this because what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. Therefore, what you can save for a CGHS patient or a government patient, you should be able to have similar costs for your cash and TPA patient. The fact that you're getting a higher revenue on your cash and TPA patient should go into the cream, and that should be your higher EBITDA. You cannot afford to say that I will spend the same amount of medication and consumption for cash patients, for government patients that I'm spending. It's not reverse. You should be spending less and less, not more and more. Okay? The other reason why we need to do this is at some stage, we are going to be bogged down with the payer pressurizing us to take lesser and lesser and lesser amount of money. We are going to be penalized for all the infections, the falls, the complications, because we are moving to a DRG-based payment system. And the reason why they are doing it is because they are realizing, and sorry insurers, you are all our friends and AHPI colleagues, the reason they are doing it is because post-COVID, we have seen a surge in the buying of insurance policies, medical policies, healthcare insurance policies. The other thing what has hit us is there has been almost a 30 to 50% hike on the insurance premium. Therefore, patients are not willing to pay that little delta which earlier we were taking as non-medical expense. So we should also be vigilant about what non-medical expenses we are incurring and try to reduce that to a large extent. Non-medical expenses is essentially, which is clearly written in CGHS, will not be paid. TPAs will not be paid. Therefore, you have to have innovation in the practice of medicine to try and reduce non-medical expenses, to try and reduce consumption. And best of all, and most important, I'll not say least of all, most important is your marketing needs to move from a 6 or 7% to revenue to a 3 or 4%. Why and how? 1, go digital. 2, go patient, as I always say. Your patient is your best and biggest ambassador. Your proms, your prems, which we are actively working with through CAHO, you can find it on the CAHO website. These are the things which will actually get your patients back. At some stage, go out and put out your data on your website. Say that we had 0 mortalities over the last 1,000 bypass surgeries. Say that despite a high Euro score, we were able to salvage patients who came in bad to us. These are the things that we need to do. Now, many hospital owners who are small hospital owners or medium-sized hospital owners will feel that this is not for them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more for those who are small hospital owners, because their costs sometimes spiral out of proportion and they don't know how to handle it. So it's not just for the so-called biggies, but also for the smaller hospitals. That is why we need to keep this in mind. We fundamentally need to align the 3 V's. We need to align the vision. Why did we start the hospital? Keep that in mind. That is paramount. If it was a for charity organization, don't miss out on that. We need to ensure that the values that we as promoters, as CEOs bring to the table don't get disturbed. But at the same time, you cannot run a hospital that is consistently in the red. You will have to shut out certain payers who are not giving money. You will have to understand what is the DSO of different payers. You will have to understand that you've got 15 crores, 20 crores stuck with the government, while AHPI will help and try and help. As an individual player, you need to understand, can you really continue with that business? 18% cost of equity from the bank, can you really afford to pick up that sort of funding from the bank? So you need to take your individual decisions, and therefore, from my mind, 2 important things. One is, of course, bottom line. You cannot afford to look merely at revenue as a marker of your success. The second important thing is the amount of money at the end of the day that this revenue lands up in your bank account. Whenever I tell my wife, today my boss told me something very good happened, and she said, Sardar khush hua, sabasi dega. She's saying, where is the money? She's a chartered accountant. She'll say, where is the money? So ladies and gentlemen, when you're doing business, when you're working with business, please remember the following. 1, take business which is ab initio and de facto profitable. 2, if you're at a stage in your hospital where you have to fill beds to meet the fixed cost, please take business even there which is at least giving you the liquidity in time. And 3, remember to hive off businesses. Just because you have great relations with the CGHS director doesn't mean you need to continue it for life. There are other hospitals who are junior to you. There are newer hospitals who need that CGHS business. Pass it on to them. Because you will need to get out from secondary care to tertiary care. From tertiary care to quaternary care, you will have to get the robots in. You'll have to give the money to Merrill for that. Okay? And you'll have to ensure that those costs are also covered. And finally, and before I'd like to go back to my presentation, but finally we need to move from awareness to action. Today's presentation is not to be merely heard and gone back. Today's presentation means that tomorrow you put a notepad and a pen in your toilet, and when you are sitting, because that's the best time to think and hibernate and ruminate and all that, that is the time when you say, hey, Dr. Parag said this, I can do this. Go back to your finance head. If he's not discussed this with you, kindly go back and ask him, Bhaiya, what is happening? Let's understand. We need to understand, most importantly, we need to measure. Even Florence Nightingale had said that you need to measure. Then only you can improve. You need to align your clinical, operational, and financial priorities. While I totally understand that we have a humanitarian ethos of as a doctor, as a nurse, and so on and so forth, the fact remains that your humanitarian ethos will not be alive if there is no money in the bank. Okay? We need to optimize. You need to eliminate waste. You need to create value. You need to work not only with the robots and the AIs, but you need to work with time-tested technologies like Lean Six Sigma. Eliminate waste. If you have to give a duplicate report because Alayama misplaced that report, you're anyway going to print it out. Why have that register? Why have everybody signing that? We are doing so much duplication and paperwork in our country because we are still stuck somewhere in 1947. We need to get out of that mindset. We need to be crisp. We need to be smart. And we need to channelize surplus into quality, technology. You have to have a metric as to how much you're saving. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the entire, if I go back to a few slides, I will take just about 1 minute more. I know Adil is glaring at me. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that all of this that you see, all of this realization that you see, and all of this material cost that you see, all of this can be reduced. By some extent, to some extent, it can be reduced. I'll give you a classic example. All of you know that surgeons require Gamgee pads and gauzes when they open, that sterile thing. Usually, there were about 5 gauze pieces in one pack, which is a sterile pack, which comes from the TSSU or CSSD, whatever you call it in Tamil Nadu. We did a simple experiment. Instead of 5, we told the vendor, because this is a vendor packing, we told him, why don't you pack 4 and send it to us? Okay? And after 6 months, we were waiting for the surgeons to snap back and said, hey, Bhagwan, you people are like killing us even on the gauze and the gumji. Nothing happened. Because there is an inherent habit to just open it on the dressing trolley and whatever they pick up 3, 4 and use. This is where savings come in. Now, if you need a blood transfusion from a Gujarati, go out and find one. I don't have so much blood, I'm anemic. But the one thing that you need to cultivate within your systems is a general trend for saving money which is going waste. You need to monitor what you are using for your bypass surgeries, your PTCAs. You need to monitor something, what you are using on your OPDs, what is the waiting time, what is the waste. Because every time you forget a medication and a lift has to go up and down, it's electricity cost. Every time a vendor, a food vendor or somebody like that makes a mistake, it is a cost to the patient, it's a cost to us. As of today, we are passing on a majority of that cost to our cash patients. Insurance is already not paying for it. 135 packages have really crowded us. We need to understand how we are going to fight our own challenges. And with that, I'd like to stop here and just say that the way forward is only austerity, but not at the cost of clinical ethics. We need to do the right thing clinically. We need to do the right thing ethically, but you can still manage to save. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Dr. Parag. We love you so much as you love Elema. And thanks for the fun session on finance. I hope the audience loved it. But I think this time I will allow the audience to ask a question. So if there is a question from the audience, one question, because that question stays between us and lunch. So please, let's keep a short question. Anyone from the audience?
Maybe we can discuss it over lunch also.
Okay. So in that case, let me ask you one question, Dr. Parag. So it seems that these smaller hospitals, small and medium hospitals, especially the 50 to 100 beds, when I meet investors especially, they say that it's like a black hole. Generally, investors do not look at these small hospitals as a potential larger hospital later. They are more interested in the larger setups, the tertiary care hospitals. Why is that so?
So my own opinion, this is a personal opinion, my own opinion is that a 150 to 200 bedded hospital is what is financially viable from multiple points of view. From the number of OTs that you put in, from the number of, so the moment you get into a 1,000 bedded hospital, you're striving day and night to sort of fill it. The smaller hospitals, the 50, 100 bedded hospitals at some stage will get cannibalized because service levels will differ, infrastructure requirements will differ, the ability to have so much manpower to do everything that is required by accreditation will differ. So that will change over time and we are seeing that already happening at it. Why? So PE players will want to come in with some amount of money for 4 to 5 years where they have the clear horizon, where they know exactly what they're getting and what they're going to get out of it. The one way of doing it is for smaller hospitals, and we are seeing this in many parts of the country, for smaller hospitals to work with each other to create economies of scale, economies of buying, economies of negotiating with vendors like housekeeping, security. It is happening in a lot of cities. Also economies of negotiating with insurance. The problem is there is always that one naughty boy who slips away and goes and signs the deal alone. You know, that's when the breakup happens. But there are potentials. I don't know how many of you have seen that video on Insta wherein you've got this ant sucker who sucks those ants and those ants all get together and they block the ant sucker from sucking out those ants. So I guess there are various ways and means to do that. But yes, it's a fact that right now people don't want to get into smaller hospitals. Thank you. Yes, sir. Last question.
You have any guidelines for small and medium sized hospital? What should be the minimum EBITDA and what should be, you think, should be the maximum EBITDA for a hospital?
Okay.
Beyond a particular EBITDA, maybe somebody is fleecing the...
Okay. My answer to your question is, sir, I don't know, but I will qualify my answer. Majority of small hospitals today are, I won't use the, so they are opened by qualified doctors, husband, wife, obstetrician, pediatrician, physician, whatever it is. They are normally open like that. Then they grow because then they see their children also getting into it. So one, that because the take home, so I don't know how many of you read law, but in law there is a very simple British concept called Solomon versus Solomon and Company. You need to bifurcate the person from the company. Till you treat the money that you're getting as a doctor from the amount of money that you're getting from the hospital, you really feel you're making a lot of money. But actually that's not. So most doctors typically end up using their income and the hospital income as common income. This is one. The other small hospitals are typically trust hospitals. Their motive is essentially not report. Most trust hospitals don't have a P&L. They have what they call revenue surplus. They have a balance sheet, but they don't have a P&L. So it's there again, their thing is as long as they are sustainable in terms of buying new equipment required, paying off their doctors, nurses and staff, etc., they are happy. There are very few trust hospitals who actually make it big. Like if you look at the Lilavati or the Hinduja hospitals, these are trust hospitals who have made it big. But again, location, longevity of tenure, these are the things that actually matter. So to answer your question, I would say, like this is what my CFA tells me, as long as I'm able to get 1%, 2% over inflation, I should be happy. I should be able to beat inflation at a minimum. Plus, you understand one thing. If your father, not your, if the promoter's father and mother have put in the money, we really don't consider cost of equity, which is wrong. You must consider cost of equity even if you have to give your mama, atya, whatever it is. Because it's their money. You have to assume it's the money which has been taken from them and therefore there must be a notional cost of equity. Good question, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, Adil. Thank you very much, Dr. Dev.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a wonderful presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, not making you all wait, let's move on to the felicitation. And I would like to request Dr. Satish to kindly come onto the stage to felicitate our speaker and as well as the moderator. Yes, so, sir, please. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, the felicitation is happening. Can we have a round of applause for the wonderful presentation that sir has given us over here right now? Yes, moving on with the felicitation of our moderator over here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a round of applause for him too. Yes, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we will be moving for the lunch break. The lunch is being served at the hall towards the left side. That means my left hand side. The lunch is being served in the next hall. So requesting everybody to enjoy the lunch and be back here sharp at 2:30. It's 2 right now. Please be back here at 2:30 so that the other scheduled sessions shall be
very happy to share that we have developed a unique and innovative food solution for health and care segment of Sodexo. Arogyam is basically inspired by principles of Ayurveda, the right usage of spices, local sourcing, slow cooking techniques. We are basically blending ancient wisdom with modern recipe. It is to be seen as part of patient recovery, which is given alongside the medicines which patient gets in the hospital. We have also collaborated with All India Institute of Ayurveda, and this program has been developed by our in-house dietitians, culinary team, to ensure that the right nutrition value, right calorific value reaches the patient.
We talk about the retention of the nutrients. Along with that, we talk about the usage of whole cereals and millet. Millets, high in fiber, rich in B complex, magnesium and iron. Very good for all type of lifestyle disorders. It will boost the recovery of the patients.
Our clients will immensely benefit in reducing the turnaround time of patients in hospital. Nutrition doesn't mean that it should come on at a heavy cost. So we have ensured that this is within the budget of the hospitals, within the budget of the individuals, and it is affordable for all.
Today I'm very happy that Sodexo, with whom we have got a great association, has been adopting and also trying to see that we are able to give the right type of food to the right type of patient.
பெரிய கோயில் என்றால் தஞ்சை, நெற்களஞ்சியம் என்றால் தஞ்சை, கட்டிடக்கலை என்றால் தஞ்சை, கலை மற்றும் கைவினை என்றால் தஞ்சை. இத்தனை பெயருக்கு பெருமை சேர்த்த தஞ்சை அடுத்ததாக மருத்துவத்தில் பெயரெடுக்க அடியெடுத்து வைக்கிறார்கள் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். டெல்டா மக்களின் நலன் கருதி தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டரில் 300 படுக்கைகள் வசதி, 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மருத்துவர்கள், 25க்கும் மேற்பட்ட புறநோயாளிகளின் அறை, 7 ஆபரேஷன் தியேட்டர்களை உள்ளடக்கிய மருத்துவமனை. தலைநகர் சென்னைக்கு அடுத்து டெல்டாவில் பசுமை நிறைந்த கட்டட வடிவமைப்பில் உருவான மருத்துவமனை ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். இனி தலை சிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெற தலைநகருக்கு செல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியமில்லை. சர்வதேச தரம் வாய்ந்த ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டருக்கு வாங்க. தலை சிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெருக, ஆரோக்கியமாக வாழ்க.
Medical technology is advancing rapidly, demanding frequent updates and regular maintenance of the medical equipment. High costs and operational downtime affects the progress, quality of patient care, and poses a threat to the reputation of the organization. In India, biomedical budgeting needs to be done carefully so that the patients can continue to afford medical care.
We see hospitals grappling with issues of increased cost of maintenance, lack of standardization, lack of spares, and availability of technical staff.
Getting a biomedical engineer poses many challenges, like depending on non-standardized players, poor response time, huge cost, and accessibility to various regions, all leading to increased downtime. But despite all these challenges in India's healthcare sector, there is a beacon of innovation and efficiency in this complex landscape. The Sodexo Healthcare Technology Management, operating through a mobile app, it is a pioneering solution designed to bridge the gaps within healthcare delivery. With a global footprint and a deep understanding of the healthcare industry's nuances, Sodexo HTM emerges as a critical ally for hospitals and medical colleges across India.
any machine is the main. Can buy anything, but main thing is it should be by that system.
There were so many complaints from the even doctors and other people regarding the equipment breakdowns and replacements. So many things were there. Once Sodexo they have come here, they have deployed their supervisors, the technical people here, and there are some equipments, those are being rectified within 5 to 6 hours, maximum 2 days.
The CMMS software which is provided, this gives us a bird's eye view as well as a minute-to-minute understanding of the operations which is going on. So we not only know about our inventory at any given point of time, but we also know what is happening in terms of complaints, how quickly they have been attended to, whether they could be attended or not. If they could not be attended, what was the reason, and so on.
Asset tagging after the Sodexo HTM has come in has improved a lot of visibility in our equipment and also has helped us in a lot of critical areas. You keep on procuring new equipment, but the older equipment is neglected. So due to lack of spares or small issues that are pending for a long time, and Sodexo has helped us clear all of them.
Sodexo HTM has made substantial inroads by establishing state-of-the-art office warehouses in rural region, signifying a broader commitment to enhancing healthcare technology management across the nation.
Rajanagaram in Rajahmundry is a rural center. To get a biomedical engineer in different companies, making the appointment, getting the things, making the maintenance, very difficult job. We had a state-of-art simulators, which is very high-end simulator, which cost about 2 to 3 crores sometimes. Is a new company technology is coming on to get the parent company and get the things done. Also, a lot of issues are there.
Streamlining biomedical equipment, one thing off our plate, and helps us focus on things that matter most, as opposed to active approach. Quality of the technical or confidence builds in the fact that problem resolved, delivering the patient.
Called them and I got them quick response. They came very fast, all the issues.
Very happy to share that we have developed a unique and innovative food solution for health and care segment of Sodexo. Arogyam is basically inspired by principles of Ayurveda, the right usage of spices, local sourcing, slow cooking techniques. We are basically blending ancient wisdom with modern recipe. it is to be seen as part of patient recovery, which is given alongside the medicines which patient gets in the hospital. We have also collaborated with All India Institute of Ayurveda, and this program has been developed by our in-house dietitians, our culinary team, to ensure that the right nutrition value, right calorific value reaches the patient.
We talk about the retention of the nutrients. Along with that, we talk about the usage of whole cereals and millet. Millets high in fiber, rich in B complex, magnesium and iron. Very good for all type of lifestyle disorders. It will boost the recovery of the patients.
Our clients will immensely benefit in reducing the turnaround time of patients in hospital. Nutrition doesn't mean that it should come on at a heavy cost. So we have ensured that this is within the budget of the hospitals, within the budget of the individuals, and it is affordable for all.
Today I'm very happy that Sodexo, with whom we have got a great association, has been adopting and also trying to see that we are able to give the right type of food to the right type of patient.
பெரிய கோயில் என்றால் தஞ்சை, நெற்களஞ்சியம் என்றால் தஞ்சை, கட்டிடக்கலை என்றால் தஞ்சை, கலை மற்றும் கைவினை என்றால் தஞ்சை. இத்தனை பெயருக்கு பெருமை சேர்த்த தஞ்சை அடுத்ததாக மருத்துவத்தில் பெயரெடுக்க அடியெடுத்து வைக்கிறார்கள் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். டெல்டா மக்களின் நலன் கருதி தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டரில் 300 படுக்கைகள் வசதி, 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மருத்துவர்கள், 25க்கும் மேற்பட்ட புறநோயாளிகளின் அறை, 7 ஆபரேஷன் தியேட்டர்களை உள்ளடக்கிய மருத்துவமனை. தலைநகர் சென்னைக்கு அடுத்து டெல்டாவில் பசுமை நிறைந்த கட்டட வடிவமைப்பில் உருவான மருத்துவமனை ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். இனி தலைசிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெற தலைநகருக்கு செல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியமில்லை. சர்வதேச தரம் வாய்ந்த ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டருக்கு வாங்க. தலை சிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெருக, ஆரோக்கியமாக வாழ்க.
Medical technology is advancing rapidly, demanding frequent updates and regular maintenance of the medical equipment. High costs and operational downtime affects the progress, quality of patient care, and poses a threat to the reputation of the organization. In India, biomedical budgeting needs to be done carefully so that the patients can continue to afford medical care.
We see hospitals grappling with issues of increased cost of maintenance, lack of standardization, lack of spares, and availability of technical staff.
Getting a biomedical engineer poses many challenges, like depending on non-standardized players, poor response time, huge cost, and accessibility to various regions, all leading to increased downtime. But despite all these challenges in India's healthcare sector, there is a beacon of innovation and efficiency in this complex landscape. The Sodexo Healthcare Technology Management, operating through a mobile app, it is a pioneering solution designed to bridge the gaps within healthcare delivery. With a global footprint and a deep understanding of the healthcare industry's nuances, Sodexo HTM emerges as a critical ally for hospitals and medical colleges across India.
Is the main can buy anything, but main thing is it should buy that the system.
There were so many complaints from the even doctors and other people regarding the equipment breakdowns and replacements. So many things were there. Once Sodexo, they have come here, they have deployed their supervisors, the technical people here, and there are some equipments, those are being rectified within 5 to 6 hours, maximum 2 days.
The CMMS software which is provided, this gives us a bird's eye view as well as minute to minute understanding of the operations which is going on. So we not only know about our inventory at any given point of time, but we also know what is happening in terms of complaints, how quickly they have been attended to, whether they could be attended or not. If they could not be attended, what was the reason, and so on.
Asset tagging after the Sodexo HTM has come in has improved a lot of visibility in our equipment and also has helped us in a lot of critical areas. You keep on procuring new equipment, but the older equipment is neglected. So due to lack of spares or small issues that are pending for a long time, and Sodexo has helped us clear all of them.
Sodexo HTM has made substantial inroads by establishing state-of-the-art office warehouses in rural region, signifying a broader commitment to enhancing healthcare technology management across the nation.
Rajanagaram in Rajahmundry is a rural center. To get a biomed cleaner in different companies, making the appointment, getting the things, making the maintenance very difficult job. We had a state-of-art simulators, which is very high-end simulator, which cost about 2 to 3 crores sometimes. Is a new company technology is coming on to get the parent company and get the things done. Also, a lot of issues are there.
Streamlining biomedical equipment, one thing off our plate, and helps us focus on things that matter most. Active approach. Quality of the technical or confidence builds in the fact that problem resolved, delivering the patient.
Called them and I got them quick response. They came very fast, all the issues, to be able to deliver our care.
We have seen very good level of interest for this service in hospitals and medical colleges, and we are very confident to reach and ensure data-driven preventive maintenance protocols for their medical assets. We are also quite confident that with this service, hospitals would be able to improve and provide a very high level of clinical accuracy in their treatment for the patients. We are clearly able to increase asset life cycle and also reduce hospital capex, thereby resulting in assured and increased uptime delivered in a very cost-effective way.
Sodexo HTM is dedicated to improving the quality of life for all.
very happy to share that we have developed a unique and innovative food solution for health and care segment of Sodexo. Arogyam is basically inspired by principles of Ayurveda, the right usage of spices, local sourcing, slow cooking techniques. We are basically blending ancient wisdom with modern recipe. It is to be seen as part of patient recovery, which is given alongside the medicines which patient gets in the hospital. We have also collaborated with All India Institute of Ayurveda, and this program has been developed by our in-house dietitians, culinary team, to ensure that the right nutrition value, right calorific value reaches the patient.
We talk about the retention of the nutrients. Along with that, we talk about the usage of whole cereals and millet. Millets high in fiber, rich in B complex, magnesium and iron. Very good for all type of lifestyle disorders. It will boost the recovery of the patients.
Our clients will immensely benefit in reducing the turnaround time of patients in hospital. Nutrition doesn't mean that it should come on at a heavy cost. So we have ensured that this is within the budget of the hospitals, within the budget of the individuals, and it is affordable for all.
Today I'm very happy that Sodexo, with whom we have got a great association, has been adopting and also trying to see that we are able to give the right type of food to the right type of patient.
பெரிய கோயில் என்றால் தஞ்சை, நெற்களஞ்சியம் என்றால் தஞ்சை, கட்டிடக்கலை என்றால் தஞ்சை, கலை மற்றும் கைவினை என்றால் தஞ்சை. இத்தனை பெயருக்கு பெருமை சேர்த்த தஞ்சை அடுத்ததாக மருத்துவத்தில் பெயரெடுக்க அடியெடுத்து வைக்கிறார்கள் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். டெல்டா மக்களின் நலன் கருதி தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டரில் 300 படுக்கைகள் வசதி, 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மருத்துவர்கள், 25க்கும் மேற்பட்ட புறநோயாளிகளின் அறை, 7 ஆபரேஷன் தியேட்டர்களை உள்ளடக்கிய மருத்துவமனை. தலைநகர் சென்னைக்கு அடுத்து டெல்டாவில் பசுமை நிறைந்த கட்டட வடிவமைப்பில் உருவான மருத்துவமனை ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டர். இனி தலைசிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெற தலைநகருக்கு செல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியமில்லை. சர்வதேச தரம் வாய்ந்த ஸ்ரீ காமாட்சி மெடிக்கல் சென்டருக்கு வாங்க. தலை சிறந்த மருத்துவர்களின் ஆலோசனை பெருக, ஆரோக்கியமாக வாழ்க.
Medical technology is advancing rapidly, demanding frequent updates and regular maintenance of the medical equipment. High costs and operational downtime affects the progress, quality of patient care, and poses a threat to the reputation of the organization. In India, biomedical budgeting needs to be done carefully so that the patients can continue to afford medical care.
We see hospitals grappling with issues of increased cost of maintenance, lack of standardization, lack of spares, and availability of technical staff.
Getting a biomedical engineer poses many challenges, like depending on non-standardized players, poor response time, huge cost, and accessibility to various regions, all leading to increased downtime. But despite all these challenges in India's healthcare sector, there is a beacon of innovation and efficiency in this complex landscape. The Sodexo Healthcare Technology Management, operating through a mobile app, it is a pioneering solution designed to bridge the gaps within healthcare delivery. With a global footprint and a deep understanding of the healthcare industry's nuances, Sodexo HTM emerges as a critical ally for hospitals and medical colleges across India.
Hello everyone, it is a kind announcement to everybody that the lunch break time has elapsed and I request everybody to kindly join us in the venue. This is an announcement to everybody who's enjoying their lunch right now. I request everybody to kindly make it quick and please be back with us in the venue as we are about to begin the next session of the day and we have more sessions scheduled. So for the smooth sessions to happen, I request everybody to kindly join us back as soon as possible. Thank you.
They have deployed their supervisors, the technical people here, and there are some equipments, those are being rectified within 5 to 6 hours, maximum 2 days.
The CMMS software which is provided, this gives us a bird's eye view as well as a minute-to-minute understanding of the operations which is going on. So we not only know about our inventory at any given point of time, but we also know what is happening in terms of complaints, how quickly they have been attended to, whether they could be attended or not. If they could not be attended, what was the reason and so on.
Asset tagging after the Sodexo HTM has come in has improved a lot of visibility in our equipment and also has helped us in a lot of critical areas. You keep on procuring new equipment, but the older equipment is neglected. So due to lack of spares or small issues that are pending for a long time, and Sodexo has helped us clear all of them.
Sodexo HTM has made substantial inroads by establishing state-of-the-art office warehouses in rural region, signifying a broad
lined up and we don't want anyone to miss out. So join us back at the venue and let's resume the session successfully. Thank you.
பெரிய கோயில் என்றால் தஞ்சை, நெற்களஞ்சியம் என்றால் தஞ்சை, கட்டிடக்கலை.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AHPICON 20. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving into the next session of the day on the topic Bridging the Gap, Hospitals and Health Insurance, a panel discussion moderated by Dr. P. Praveen Raj, Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure in introducing you to Dr. P. Praveen Raj, CEO and Joint Managing Director of GEM Hospital and Research Center, Coimbatore. A distinguished GI and bariatric surgeon, Dr. Praveen Raj holds an MBBS honors from PSG Institute of Medical Science and an MS in General Surgery from Sri Ramachandra University and went on to earn a doctorate in bariatric surgery, the first in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. P. Praveen Raj. Next up, the second moderator for the session, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Raju Sivaswamy. Again, it's my immense pleasure in introducing him to you, who serves as Vice President, Medical and Finance at SIMS Hospital, Chennai, with over 14 years of experience in OT administration, anesthesiology and cardiothoracic surgery ICU. Dr. Sivaswamy brings deep operational and clinical expertise. So, we are very privileged to having you here. Ladies and gentlemen, the two moderators for the session we have here. Moving on, I would like to give the stage to Dr. P. Praveen Raj. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm sure the lunch was very good. I think time to move on. So I think I would like to thank AHPI Tamil Nadu chapter once again for this opportunity to conduct this AHPICon in Coimbatore, very importantly for the first time, and also for giving this opportunity of the insurance session. Probably a hot topic, I guess, but then let's not make it too hot. So that is what we're looking for. I think my co-moderator will be Dr. Raju from SIMS Hospital, Chennai. Thank you, Dr. Raju, for joining. And I think for the panelists, we have a very even team. We have representatives from the insurance side, from hospitals, and also from financial experts. So for the panel, I would like to invite Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, who is the Chief Claims Officer from Star Health Insurance. Welcome, Dr. Abhijit, for taking your time and coming over. I would like to invite Dr. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Galaxy Health, a veteran health insurance expert, who's also, thank you, sir, for coming for this panel discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Karthikeyan Raju, Managing Director, Nadu Hospital, Coimbatore. Karthik will share his experience on the clinical and also the administrative front from a hospital side. And I'd also like to invite Dr. Ananthan Rajagopalan from Kaveri Hospital, who's an Associate Vice President Corporate Finance of Kaveri Hospital Group, and I think with a large experience on the financial side of things on the hospital side. So we have an even distribution representing hospitals, individual hospitals, corporate hospitals, and the health insurance. I'm sure we will have a very interesting panel discussion moving forward. Of course, if anybody has any questions in between, which is of course not controversial, we can definitely stand up as we continue a panel. We'll be more than happy to take questions, because I'm sure this was something, it's a current problem statement at many of the hospitals. And of course, it will continue to, because more and more health insurance penetrations are happening, more patients are taking it up. Obviously, troubles are going to be more. So I think this panel discussion, we tried not just for the sake of a debate and argument, we really want to go back with the take-home messages for every single one of you, and also to find ways and means to resolve your conflicts, if any, in the future, and what are the steps forward. So this is what I will try to extract out of the panelists out here. This is how I plan to take this panel discussion also moving forward. I will not waste too much of a time. I'll straight go into the topic or the question which all of you would want to ask, which is on increasing trust deficit issues between insurance companies and hospitals, which we've been facing through at least in the last couple of years. So my first question will be to Dr. Karthik, who's from a hospital front. Of course, you run a hospital today, which is a legacy hospital, was started very long back when there was no insurance at all. And then when your hospital would have seen insurance penetration or starting insurances. And now, of course, insurance penetration is very high. But I think in the last couple of years, we are seeing more problems that we are seeing with insurance in the recent times. I think from the hospital point of view, why do you think the problems have risen in the recent times, Karthik?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. So, nice to be in this panelists of eminent insurance companies. As you know, as the patient-payer mix is now becoming more of insurance, either it's from the corporate or it's from the government. So everybody is having an insurance. So patients are also expecting that every treatment they receive should be cashless. So that is where the problem arises. So whenever a person is getting an insurance, the person is getting an insurance through an agent. So when the agent is promising to sell the policy, the agent will be promising the insurer many things, like from day one you will be covered for this, from day one you will be covered for all these issues. So suddenly when the patient is having the same issue, for example, when the agent is telling, for any fever, don't worry, you have put this insurance, you can go immediately to the hospital, get admitted and get treated. So that is where the problem arises. When the patient comes to the hospital, what he feels is, sir, I have insurance, I don't have any money in my pocket, get me admitted, get all the tests done, insurance will take care. So we try to tell the patients, see, you are having a fever, it's just 1 day and you are not eligible for an admission. I think you can be given some tablets and you can go home. So that is where the rift between the patient and the hospital arises. So the patient says, no, the agent is telling, why are you worrying? Your insurance will cover everything. You ask the hospital to get admitted and ask them to do all the investigation. I will take care of all the issues. You don't worry. This is what the agent says to the insurer. So somewhat there is a fight and we tell the patients, we get an undertaking that if at all your insurance gets denied, then we are not to be held responsible and the patient gets admitted. So the next day, we run all the basic tests and we do send to the insurance company the list of all the investigations that were done and all the treatment charts and all the temperature charts, everything we send to the insurance company. And the insurance company, yes, obviously, for any viral fever, on day one of the viral fever, you will not have any changes in the blood markers, temperature. Once the patient enters inside the hospital, in the ED itself, the patient is given a paracetamol IV drip. Then immediately patient is also given paracetamol tablet every 6 hourly or every 8 hourly. And of course, on the temperature charts, it's also fine. So there is no fever. Patient is also fine. Blood workup is also fine. So when we send all the data to the insurance company person or the person who is sitting way far away from the patient, who is not seeing the patient, just tells that, sorry, this you cannot be covered. This can be treated as an outpatient basis. This is the reply we get from the insurance company. See, sometimes this is genuine. Many times we also feel this patient does not need an admission and he can be sent home. But due to the pressure from the patient, we get him admitted, we treat. And of course, the denial comes. And that is where the problem starts. Again, patient gets angry on the hospital and the insurance company as well. So what a patient does, he directly calls the agent. What the agent says, you directly calls to Star Health or whatever insurance you are having, you directly call their toll-free number and you talk to them. So what happens there in the toll-free number? They either say, sir, you don't need the admission. The hospital has admitted you without any reason. This can be treated as an outpatient basis. Patient knows that. Hospital already told them that this does not need admission. This needs only outpatient basis. But patient fights back to the insurance company and the insurance company says some documents were not sent properly. That document not sent properly means hospital did not send a temperature chart with fever. What can I do when there is no fever at all? And document not sent properly means that all your blood workup is coming as normal. What can I do when the blood workup is really normal? So patient again fights back with the hospital. So this is a big hangama that goes on with all fever cases. I know all the insurance companies are also facing this. The other problem, this is a genuine patient who does not need an admission just because the pressure from the agent and just because that he knows that as a privilege, I have this insurance, I can go get admitted and get treated. Because of that, the patient is getting admitted. So this is a non-genuine case. Now coming for a genuine patient, the patient is having high-grade fever, even in the ED is having fever, and patient after admission also he has few spikes of fever. Investigations were done. Platelet is somewhat 1.1 lakh or 1.2 lakhs, that is, and his dengue comes out as negative. Probably it is a non-dengue viral fever with a thrombocytopenia, but fever is there. Patient is symptomatic, he is dehydrated, he has taken already medicines for 2 or 3 days at home. Now he has come back to the hospital. So it's a really genuine case. But again, insurance company denies, here it's stating that platelet of 1 lakh below is the admission criteria. Any platelet which is above 1 lakh is not an admission criteria. So this is where again we feel that this should not be done, because today it is 1 lakh. Suddenly in a patient with viral fever, he can go into shock syndrome or he can develop other complications, and he can just get tablets, sit at home, and he'll present very late at 50,000 or 40,000. So when we say that, sir, patient is really dehydrated, patient is having recurrent fever episodes, he's not settling with paracetamol that was given by tablet, he has come really for an admission, and this is a genuine case where the insurance company has to understand. In these kind of cases, we have to keep fighting with them on and off, telling, sir, we have to send documents, we have to again and again appraise them with all other discussions, we have to ask the patient to request, we have to send multiple requests from our side, then it gets approved. And again, finally, this approval might even change when the final bill is submitted. We have seen many cases when an approval is there, again patient stays for 2 days, he gets all the treatment done. When finally the final bill is sent for a final approval, there is a denial letter. Again, we have to face all the, sometimes it's denied means it's denied. You do whatever fighting, then patient has to go for a reimbursement. Then again here there is another problem. When patient is going for a reimbursement, the patient has come in with the idea of thinking that with the insurance he can get treated. So he is not prepared to shell out money. He might be earning 30,000 or 40,000. The hospital bill itself would have come for around 25,000 or 30,000. Suddenly, if he has to pay all this, and he has to take care of his family and his day-to-day expenses and his monthly expenses, EMIs, everything is there for him. So what he feels is, sir, give some concession from your end. Anyway, insurance has not approved for me. Denial has come. Give some concession from your end. We do give a concession, and we send the patient, we give a 2,000 or 5,000, whatever discount we do, and we send the patient. Again, what happens when the patient goes for a reimbursement? The insurance company later takes those bills, has a copy, and then comes back to us and tells, sir, why don't you give the discounts to us? Whenever you are giving patients and all discount, but when we come and ask for a discount, you don't give us any discounts. So here, henceforth, why can't we go for a 10% or a 12% discount on all bills? So again, so insurance companies also have to understand that we do give a discount on a humanitarian basis when patient has to pay something out of his pocket. So we give some discounts on a humanitarian basis. So to start off, sir, these are two issues.
I think, Karthik, you have completely consolidated the different problems that we have with regard to that are possibly increasing the trust deficit. I will take your question to Mr. Srinivasan, who is a veteran in insurances. And I think, as Dr. Karthik has mentioned, there's definitely a significant communication gap between the hospital, patient, insurance company, and this agent is what, many times the policies, this agent comes in, etc. What efforts like insurance company is already taking to improve this education to patients and the agents, or what do you think has to be done? Because many times it's this communication lag that creates these whole issues. So what do you think you are doing as a company, or what do you think as a companies together you have to do about this?
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, let me thank APHI for giving me this opportunity of talking to you all. I heard Doctor mentioning a lot of anecdotal issues between the insurers and the hospitals. First of all, let me start by saying even the organizers have separated the hospitals from the insurers. You put the hospitals on one side and insurers on the other side. See, the trust deficit between the hospitals and the insurers is not new. It's been there for a very long time. It has increased because the volume of business has increased. So this is something, insurers alone cannot solve. The providers alone cannot solve. I think what is really needed is collaboration, discussion between the providers and the insurers to solve this. See, let us understand the patient or the customer. We call them customer, you may call them patient, is a common one. Where he is a customer of the hospital, he is a customer of the insurance company. So all of us are there to take care of his needs. What does a customer want? He wants quality healthcare, he wants seamless experience in the hospital, and he wants affordable healthcare. I think these are the three things he wants. I think we need to find how do we collaborate and find solutions to meet to the expectations of the customer. Now, the issues which you mentioned, I mean, are all very real. I'm not saying they are not there. They are there every day. How do we solve them? One is, we talked about educating the agents, educating the patients. Maybe you'll have to educate the insurance companies themselves. So why not we have some kind of a transparency? Why not there be a standardization of the whole gamut of things relating to health insurance? Standardization of the treatment protocols, so that everyone knows when should a person get admitted in a hospital, what kind of treatment can be given. Today, ICMR has come out with protocols for quite a few diseases. Can insurers and hospitals sit together and decide on standardization of the protocols, standardization of the billing formats, data sharing formats, standardization of the cost, so that everyone knows, what he is supposed to do, what will be the cost of his healthcare. I do understand that every case cannot be treated alike, but at least in majority of the cases there could be standardization. I think this will bring in a lot of transparency and remove many of the problems today we face between the insurers, hospitals, and patients. I always say insurers need not be there, the healthcare system. Imagine a situation where insurers are not there. I mean, we are not important. You just have patients and hospitals. I think all these problems are going to be there. So we need to find solutions, not from an insurance prism, but a holistic solution so that, the experience of the patient is clean. Because today, let's admit the image of both the insurers and the hospitals among the public is not great. I'm very openly saying, I mean, everyone respects doctors because doctors are doing a great job, a noble job. But then, there is always a feeling that hospitals are overcharging. When it comes to insurance companies, we are paying so many claims, hundreds and thousands of crores of claims, but still, the perception is insurers are not paying claims. So I think there is a need for both the hospitals and insurers to sit together on a table. There are issues. I'm not saying that they can all be resolved overnight, but if we sit together, clearly all these issues could be resolved. And, we can really have a good image to the public and provide great service to the customers.
I think I want to mention to the audience that we did take, in continuation to what Mr. Srinivasan said, insurances and the hospitals have to sit together. On behalf of AHPI Tamil Nadu chapter, I think myself, Dr. Satish, Edel, we met up with Star Insurance. We are planning to meet other insurance companies also. We did sit up in a meeting. And of course, they were very much welcoming, and we understand a lot of efforts are being taken to improve the problem. So definitely, things are definitely moving. But of course, we cannot keep doing this on and off ad hoc basis, coming to every single office and sit down. So in continuation, because we had this meeting with Dr. Abhijit, my question is to you. So how do you think moving forward, we can have a system in place where this can happen on a regular basis, not just with Star, but with the other insurance also, because it should not be like we have a problem, then one day we ask for a meeting, then we come down and then you resolve. I think how do you think we should move on this in a standardized or in a very regular format?
Thanks, Dr. Praveen. And first of all, I'd like to thank AHPI for giving me this opportunity to talk with you and present the views also. The question is very relevant. What happens currently is that since a lot of things are still not standardized, that's why difference of opinion is happening on each and every claim. Due to which we feel like, oh, everything is going wrong. Just like how Sir also mentioned, since the quantum of payouts to the hospitals are increasing via the insurance, how talk is starting that why 10 is getting rejected. So first of all, we have to clear that mind that the insurance companies are here to pay what is genuine, they feel as per their policy terms and condition and as per certain guidelines. Since the guidelines were not too much into the public domain, so a lot of discussions on anecdotal basis were happening. Since the guidelines now have come, it is very important for the insurance company and an organization which is holding the hospital's ownership and the physicians' ownerships like AHPI, that these two organizations come together and talk on what is right and what is grey and what is wrong. Because I understand in the current practice, there will be a lot of grey areas. Not all patients are behaving in a similar way. Not all signs, symptoms can be defined.
but nothing can be decided if everything is exception. So it is very important in order to save each other's time, and to build more trust is identify what is very binary, means right or wrong. That can only come if both of us unite and identify that if this is the span or these are the sign symptoms, these are the blood reports, these are the way of presentation, it needs admission and it doesn't need admission. Let's talk about this. I am sure 70% will be here. Now the talk is about the remaining 30%. Now the 30% may vary from certain hospital to certain hospitals. We have got good secondary care centers where this 30% may become 10% only because they don't deal with complicated cases. And we will have certain hospitals which are top tertiary care provider which deal more and more with complicated cases. So that 30% may become 50% there also. But now there's a range. And then we have discussions around that aspect, which from AHPA side can be done. From our side, we have GI Council. We also, from a council perspective, can also come together. And as an industry, which is towards the customer, who is a common customer for both of us, we define those guidelines and work on that. Where we are agreeing, we say excellent. Where we don't agree, we understand why we are not agreeing. Because guidelines is saying this, what is the exception? And then evolve those exceptions so that 50% becomes 40, becomes 30, and so on. I think the more we go towards this type of approach, the more synergies, more trust will happen between these two big players.
Thank you, Dr. Abhijit. I think moving on, I think you talked about cost standardizations or some kind of a guideline where we even incorporate complicated procedures into the understanding, so we do not have much of a discrepancy. But of course, this costing is always been a difficult challenge. I think we've been fighting for a very long time. But of course, we have a financial expert with us, Mr. Ananthan from Kaveri. So I think I would like to hear from you. So what do you think would be the challenges in arriving at this costing for complicated cases? Or how to arrive at a kind of a standardized billing methodology that might possibly reduce this complications in transaction or that understanding of financial transaction between the insurance and the hospitals?
Thank you. I think before getting into costing, I think what's extremely important is for the hospitals and the insurance companies to understand each other's business models, right? What goes in and what goes out. That's extremely important because today for the hospitals, very well covered by Dr. Parag in the earlier session, where for setting up a 150 or 200 bed tertiary care hospital, you'll have to shell out almost 1 to 1.2 crores per bed today, right? That's the standard, and this is like established standard across the industry, right? This is like public data that's available. And this capital is sort of deployed on day zero, right? That means you require all of this capital on day zero, right? Then you have, you have to run your hospital. The chief guest said any business should be profitable for it to be sustainable, right? So therefore, when you invest so much capex on day zero as a hospital business, I think you'll have to be sustainable also in the way you agree commercials with an important partner, which is your insurance companies, because today, for us in any metro today, insurance is almost 60 to 70% of the business. That means ultimately you may have whatever volume of patients, it is your insurance company who is your biggest transferer of money into your bank accounts, right? So that's a very important component. Therefore, and when I speak and engage today, we are engaging very transactionally with the insurance companies. In fact, some of the conversations that we've just had is to solve mostly claim management, right? Okay, I said this, he said this, and somebody said this, and all three of us are wrong, right? So we are being very transactional, and some of the meetings that you talked also, okay, every hospital goes and meets the insurance companies to negotiate a particular rate, or let's say what's wrong or what could go wrong, right? Nobody looks at it, from an overall perspective as to what are we doing as a hospital, what are the costs involved, what is our model, and we also have to understand the insurance side, right? They sell policies, what are the products that they're offering,
and they may be and they may have to do some work on educating customers also in terms of what they are declaring to, when they are buying out. Their policy is not focused on reduce premium by not declaring, right? So those are things that will have to also evolve, right? So that's something that they have to do. There is scope for doing more preventive kind of work also, which can be included in their packages. Deterrence to go to large tertiary care hospitals for something like a fever or etc. may have to be also built in. So much of work has to be done on a holistic level. So currently it is very transactional, as is evident in the last almost 15 minutes that we have spoken. I think it's very transactional. I think people have to understand each other's business models. The second point from a costing perspective, I think today there are various kinds of hospitals that are now come up, right? Hospitals, like the gentleman said, most of the hospitals on the clinical parameters are number one, right? But on the service levels, they are somewhere else, right? And today there are a lot of hospitals that offer various kinds of service levels, right? You have, and if you were to draw parallels to, let's say, a hotel industry, right? There are so many different kinds of hospitals which provide different kinds of services. There is, and today that kind of a gradation, etc., has not happened, right? Insurance companies still wants to look at it when it comes to costing, right? I'm coming to costing ultimately, not digressing, right? Today it's always, okay, it is, let's say Coimbatore, let's say single, private, double, general bed. So what are the various rates that I can give, right? That's not necessarily the right kind of grading at all, right? So you'll have to evolve. There are hospitals that have come up in NCR which offer wellness, which offer so many other things. And there are other hospitals probably in South very sticking to clinical outcomes, delivering high quality of clinical care at the right price, right? Most of the South hospitals are like that. So I think somewhere hospitals will have to be graded. Insurance and hospitals will have to first understand each other's model, what goes in as investment. Then you come to the last point where can I have 100 procedures, common procedures, 125 common procedures, where I can do costing, etc. comes next, right? And unless you understand the business model, how do you expect them to understand what is the capex, what is the doctor cost, what is the consumables cost, etc. How do you standardize this? So I think there has to be a holistic level of interaction, understanding, lot of learning on both sides that needs to happen for us to come at the right costing. So today costing is purely based on, like I said, I would say outdated kind of methodologies, like based on rooms, without grading of facilities, what is offered. Because today customer wants all that, right? I'm working in a large IT organization that may be in Chennai, that may be in Coimbatore. Today, as someone who's working in a large company, I want a single room, right? I want that hospital to have a very good cafe. I want that hospital to have, some other amenities also. This is true for the smaller hospitals also. That's also important because today, again, Dr. Parag said, the 50 to 100 bed hospital will have to be more careful on the unit economics. Same, insurance, let's say costs or packages cannot be applied to them also. I think what goes in, what goes out, I think there has to be a lot of learning. Today, all the talk is about claim management, about the 100 packages. How can I, what is a discount, 30% or 20%, there's a negotiation. I think it's currently very restricted. I think that has to evolve for costing also to evolve.
Thank you, Dr. Ananthan. I'll go to Dr. Raju because this first part of the discussion was on the trust deficit issues, which I think all of them have addressed, but I would like to have remarks from Dr. Raju on his perspective on this issue before we move to the second part of the discussion. Dr. Raju.
So, good afternoon. This is a very serious subject. The end user is paying something, whereas the providers, they have to give the 100% result with the outcome best. As early as possible, they have to do now enhance, that is early recovery, and send them home. Where this side, they have the minimum premium they have collected. Whereas, they have correctly said we have to arrive the cost at 20 years before our statutory guideline cost is not much. Now the minimum cost requirement for one room to maintain that Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board, corporation tax, land tax, now EB tax, everything is going up vigorously every year. Whereas which we sign for the insurance company for 2 years with the minimum package, and in the package also discount also we are accepting. If this is the status, then it is very difficult to get back your revenue also. Therefore, all has to sit together, insurance company, providers, and also we have to educate the end user or the customer. They should know for 1 lakh coverage how much is the minimum limit. Unless you tell them properly, and the co-payments should come out, sir. Now, in the near future, it should come, then only both will sail properly. Otherwise, because the user inside, they enjoy and go, we are in the bad side. Thank you, sir. Which is, because not only this cost, now the capping has come in the implants. Every implant that has come down, there is no margin or limit. Therefore, we have to work with this margin only. These are the different factors which is tightening our hands in the hospital side. Insurance side, we have to consider the customer, we have to educate, and more we have to increase the premium according to the package. According to the age wise, we have to discuss that. That is the only way. Because younger age group, we have some package, 40 to 50, 70, like 30. Then if you have a cover with the multiple illness, if you say CABG without any one diabetes alone, but the patient comes to the hospital with diabetes, hypertension, ischemic heart disease, Parkinsonism, he may not go in 4 days. He may be there 11 days, but our package is only 1.9 lakhs. It is not easy to consider one systemic illness will not come to the hospital. Therefore, we have to work together with single illness, multiple illness, 3 illness like that. Thank you, sir.
This takes to me the second part of the discussion, which is on the grievance redressal. Dr. Karthik, to you. Of course, we definitely come through problems here and there, either like what you've already mentioned, but more than that, once the patient is gone, you may not have gotten your full payments coming, or maybe your payments are pending for a very long time. You could be sending your emails. So with regard to the grievous redressal, because hospitals do not have a platform yet. The patients do have a platform under IRDA, hospitals don't. So what is that you do, and what are the challenges that you are facing in addressing these issues that you go through on a day-to-day basis?
Sir, grievances do come. Grievances, for example, if at all we send a bill for 1 lakh, insurance company agrees to pay 1 lakh, and during settlements, we are surprised with some discounts during settlement, which we try to talk with the insurance company, and we say the approval letter was given for this. We also didn't collect anything from the patient. The patient has now gone. Patient is fine. But what happens is the insurance company goes through the entire detailed bills only when we present the entire detailed bill for final settlement. So at that time, they do find some capping, or they do find some other charges which are not covered, or some illnesses which is not covered for the patient. So those discounts are applied and then sent back to us. At this point, we are suffering at this point. So these kind of grievances, we do send multiple emails. We do follow up with whoever coordinator of the specific insurance company is there. We do keep following, but the scenario has improved. I don't say that it has not improved at all. Definitely the scenario has improved, but still we do find it has to evolve a lot, because only at the year end they do come and they ask, sir, now the year end is coming. I hope we can close the previous financial year and we can start off. So at that time we say, no, I can't close the financial year. There are so many pendings from the last financial year itself. So let us complete all these things and then move on to the next year. And again, there is, for example, X amount of money is left out with the specific insurance company that has to be settled to me. There is again a bargaining, sir, we'll settle somewhat. Why don't you give some discount and we'll close off this financial year. So these kind of surprises and these kind of issues are there. So these grievances need a addressal, proper readdressal, as Sir has told. Every insurance company, as they do have a grievance cell for a insurer, they should have a grievance cell for the hospital as well, where the hospital can send all the whatever disallowances and whatever settlement discounts that we have received. Let them go through them. They can have a Zoom meeting, or they can have an in-person meeting for the specific hospital at a specific time. They can go through all these things. If something is genuine from the insurer side, we can take it and we can waive it off from our end also. If there is something that has to be given to us, they can also give it back to us. So this grievance readdressal system for the insurance company and the hospital should definitely evolve, sir.
I think, Karthik, I'll take your question straight away. I mean, your request as a straight question to Dr. Abhijit, because who's from Star, of course, who is the largest insurance company with regard to retail. So what efforts Star is taking with this grievance redressal mechanism, or what is your suggestion to the many hospitals on what should they be doing if they have a problem? How do they have to reach out to you? Is there a specific methodology, or, I mean, because many times it's haphazard. What is your thoughts, or what is your suggestions?
Again, a very relevant topic, and I think this is one of the major concern of both parties not trusting each other, because here's the real money that is involved. If you see how insurance industry is shaping up, there is lot of investments done by the insurance companies towards the efficient management of provider management. So normally, or how it should be, is that every insurance company should have a very robust provider management team whose job is to develop the relationship with the hospital more and more, which can include obviously the package negotiation, but also should include the no due certificates. Because what happens is that if from a hospital side and from the insurance side there is no closure, then obviously these issues will keep on increasing. And what will happen? The problem aggravates when one financial year is closed. The problem will become tenfold if 2 financial years are closed and still the reconciliation has not happened. And if you see, there are a lot of regulations. Insurance companies, you know, it is a highly regulated entity. We have a regulator. Hospitals technically don't have a regulator, but there are a lot of small authorities from which they also have to get all these clearances and all. So what I feel is that number one, both the organizations should do in their best to, after every, let's say 3-4 months, do a reconciliation and get their books closed from quarter to quarter. And these are the things which we are also making at our end, that at least at a 6-month interval, the reconciliation should happen so that proper management is done. But if I just go a bit back, why this problem has arisen? On face value, it is told that whatever is given on the settlement letter, that amount doesn't come. But that is not the root cause of the problem. The root cause is why it is billed differently. For example, there can be a differential tariffs between the various insurance companies. Many hospitals like Kaveri's and all, they have an advanced hospital information system. They have feed in different tariffs for different insurance companies, and the billing also happens. There, the differences are less. The differences happen because of other issues, not because of that I have agreed that the insurance companies have agreed for a different amount. The challenge is for the secondary care hospitals and those who are budding up. They don't have well-evolved HIS, and they have a common tariff in their system. So when they raise their invoices or the bills will be similar for all. And it is left to the insurance company to do the billing and deduction at that time. And if you know, insurance companies are having IRDA mandate of 1 hour and 3 hours for initial and the discharge. So because of all this, sometimes it is thought that, okay, since we have a tariff, we will do some application later. I'm talking about in general. It is not company specific. Due to which these issues keep on cropping up. So the hospital feels, and many times the TP in charge for that hospital doesn't go into that depth. And they feel that, okay, let's say the tariff was for 100 rupees, the hospital cash rate is 120, they start billing for 120. And insurance company also says, I have a tariff, I will do the deduction later once I pay. And that's where the disconnect starts escalating. And since the books start getting closed, there, after 1 or 2 years, it becomes very difficult for the insurance company also to release the 2 years back payment. So I think more and more discussion should happen in terms of billing properly. And the other issues also, have you ever noticed with many companies there are packages, but the package and the actual bill also has a big delta. The delta can vary anywhere between 10% to 30-40% also. Now again the question should be there, why there is a big delta? Who is accountable? Are so many cases coming as complications and so on? So the more and more both the companies invest time in getting these things done, the better it will be. And to also tell you, many of the provider head in charges of insurance companies are from hospital industry also nowadays. Like in our also, we have the head of the central provider team who was from hospital. So people do understand. And like my fellow colleague mentioned, that at the end, everything has to be for a profit. Just check the balance sheet of majority of the insurance companies. We have a concept called as combined ratio. What is a combined ratio? It means loss ratio plus the operating expenses. We have an IRDA mandate that it cannot go beyond 30%. So let's say if you see the overall loss ratio of the industry, it is somewhere at about 85%. If you add 30% expenses, it becomes more than 100. So in general, the insurance companies are having a tough time. The overall profitability is a bit of a challenge for the insurance companies. They are not making money because for every 100 rupees that is being underwritten, more than 100 is the outgo. It is all happening because there are a lot of things which are not in place, and hence it has to be sorted. And last to answer about the redressal, insurance companies do have their own redressal mechanism with the hospitals. GI Council also has taken initiative where for multiple states, especially for many of the South Indian states now, they have also opened grievance redressal. So if the hospital is not happy, they should reach out to GI Council and apply in that portal in order to get certain more benefits if they feel has not been heard or answered by the insurance company.
So just for the understanding of everyone, GIC is a General Insurance Council which represents all the insurance companies. And AHPI, the national body, have working with GIC on a regular basis. They meet every 3 months. So the problems are constantly discussed on every 3 monthly basis. So this is happening. So I'm sure hopefully this collaboration between AHPI and GIC should solve many of the problems, I assume. And I think coming to the point, because if we're talking about the claims ratio, I'll take to Mr. Srinivasan, who's been in the insurance circle for a very long time. We had a recent article from Dr. Giridhar Gyani, our Director General of AHPI. The article, he had mentioned that the claims ratio, the amount that is paid back to patients, I'm not sure whether I'm using the right terminology, is only about 65 to 70% of the amount that is actually collected from the patient. Unlike in the West, where it's almost about 85%, where significant amount of money by insurance in India is spent for advertisements, agents' commissions, and also corporate expenses, which is almost 15 to 20%. So the amount that is got from the patient is paid back as basically commissions. What do you, and you have come into the insurance profile at a time when insurance companies are claiming it is already bleeding. So that's where Galaxy has started. So what is your opinion on this?
Of course, Galaxy is a company which is in operation for the last 1 year. As far as grievances are concerned, I mean, fortunately, last 1 year, we have no grievance from customers, no grievance from hospitals. So we haven't had that issue. And we will continue to deal that way by better interaction with hospitals and our customers. It's a question of how we manage our business. But from a macro perspective, talking about, you mentioned about what Dr. Gyani has mentioned, that the insurers in India are paying less as claims. As my colleague just mentioned, if you look at the balance sheets of all the insurance companies, about 80 to 85% of the premium is paid as claims. Out of 100 rupees, 85 rupees is paid as claims. They can't spend more than 30 rupees as expenses, whether it is operating expenses or as payout to the agents, which is the regulatory norm. No company, no insurance company in India can violate that, and they will lose their license. So the insurers do make some investment income, and if you see, most of them are making some losses on the health insurance space. I think from a broader perspective, I've heard my hospital colleagues saying, why are you trying to control our packages or cost? Why don't you charge it as premium? I think, we also need to understand that, in India, you can't just keep on increasing the premiums. I mean, I would definitely say even at this point of time, the insurance premiums are not affordable. It's high. So I think what we need to do together is how do we control healthcare cost? We don't want to go the way US has gone. I mean, we don't want a similar situation in India. So I think there is a need, I'm saying this in a very, as an insurer, we need to find ways of controlling healthcare costs. We insurers also have to find ways of controlling our costs. I am not denying that. But I think the problems are same for both of us. Because the ultimate customers, they feel that, it's all becoming unaffordable. India has great hospitals, great doctors, but then the cost of healthcare is high. I mean, so that's where, insurance is very important. Today, I don't think anybody can survive without insurance. I mean, there are numbers, about 10% of the Indian population gets pushed to poverty because they have not taken insurance and they can't pay the hospital bills. So there is a serious challenge, which I think both the hospitals and insurers need to sit together, because insurers' role in healthcare financing is increasing. It's right now it's about 50 or 60% in metros. It will continue to grow even in other places. So there is clearly a need to control healthcare cost. And answering your question, insurers are definitely paying much more than what they can afford, because they are all making losses in terms of their business. So of course we are finding our own ways of managing it by doing better underwriting and selecting our customers. That's how we manage.
Like I said, in the metros, it's already 70%, 60 to 70%. Like I said, in the metros, it's already 70%, 60 to 70%. Probably in Tier 2 cities, it's definitely going from anywhere between 25 to 40%. Probably in Tier 2 cities, it's definitely going from anywhere between 25 to 40%. That means most of your business, is going to come through important thing right now. And like doctor pointed out, I think the multiplicity of what patients can undergo as treatment for same or similar diagnosis. I think there is going to be a lot of permutation combination, but can you have some standards there which can come out of your system so that the person on the other side, like Dr. pointed out, who is not actually in your place, accessing it from somewhere else, trying to understand what's happening, is able to comprehend that clearly. I think that's that's something that all the hospitals, especially better to address it when we are smaller. For example, at Kaveri, I think when we were probably having 3 hospitals or 2 hospitals, I think the work for HMS, work for standardizing such bills, constantly monitoring, evolving, that has been a large focus for the for us for a very long time. I think that's helped. Now when we are actually matured, we see almost 1 million patients in a year right now. So as we scale up, I think if you start early upgrading systems, and if your systems talk to what is required by the insurance companies, which will obviously align with your cash patients also, because there is more information, you're transparent. Today, I think with the advent of ChatGPT, no more Google, right? So we have all gone to ChatGPT. So we've gone there. So therefore, even the patients, even if they're cash patients, I think if they can understand the bill very clearly, right, that will really help, and it will sort out most of the issues. I think clearly, we have to move to those systems, reduce manual interventions as much as possible, and that obviously helps in communicating from financial counseling to discharge. How can you be very efficient, system-driven, automated, follow a standardized kind of format? And this is something that we can work, right? We can, as AHPI, I think we can help, members across the spectrum to sort of adhere to certain standards, prescribe certain standards in consultation with the insurance companies, implement, and therefore, at least this claim management process, at least is, seamless without any pains for all the stakeholders.
Doctor, with your permission, see, there's something called National Health Claims Exchange. So in this exchange, all the insurers are there. There are some hospitals, but majority of the hospitals have still not joined the claims exchange. So if all the hospitals can come in, this is something developed by National Health Authority and Ministry of Health. So, it standardizes the way the bills and other data are transferred from hospitals to the insurers, so which can make the whole claim processing very simple. So this is when probably, the APHI can also look at, how do the hospitals join this, platform. Because today, the grievances, doctor was mentioning about grievances, a lot of it is because of lack of uniformity in the billing system, and and then interpretation of how these charges are made, and then, resulting in, grievances. One more thing I would like to mention is the GI Council has started a process of empaneling all the hospitals. The idea is, it is not necessary for a hospital to talk to each of the insurance companies. why not there be some standardized way? I mean, clearly hospitals will be graded. It's not that the same charges will be, it can be negotiated, it can be discussed. But then if there is, it provides a forum for discussion between the hospitals and the council, which represents all the insurers. Many of these issues can be discussed, like the treatment protocols or the cost or the grievances. So that, the whole process can become much simpler. So I'm happy to say about 5,000 hospitals have applied for this common empanelment. So if there's something which all of us can make it happen, I'm not saying that it should be at the cost of hospitals. Because we all understand that hospitals have to make profits. Any economic entity has to make profits. Similarly, insurers also have to make profits for them to. So I think we must find a way of taking care of the interests of both the stakeholders so that we can serve the common customer.
Before I open the floor to the questions, I would like to take remarks from Dr. Raju on this discussion on grievance and how do we take forward.
So one side standardizing the billing pattern, and then redressal committee for regular representation for all hospitals through the insurance company. And sir has told the claim exchange ratio, and all has to sit together, and we have to enroll ourselves for the claim management system. And different specialty wise, we have to work on this. That is very, very important, sir. That is the one. Like passport, my suggestion for passport, previously passport office, there is a separate government officers there. Now it has been given to a third party for the patient, for the public and the government. Like that, the insurance empanelment can be done a third party, insurance company one side, hospital one side, a third party with all the norms. By the government, for the hospital side, costing factor, they can sit together and provide a uniform system, then there won't be any bias. That will be the better option, I feel. They can way forward, we can look like this. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes, we are open
Sir,
for
one more from my side. The disallowance ratio, see, that is why what doctor was telling. When you given a one approved bill at the time of discharge, in the disallowance there is a more than 20% difference is that we are neither received by the patient nor from your side. Therefore, for suppose 1,000 discharges happens, it goes up very high. Therefore, we have, before any disallowance, we have to discuss with the others, allow us to collect from the patient side. That is very valid because the economy is very important. Thank you.
I know a lot of you might have questions to ask. Of course, question will be through me, so there is no direct bombing or firing that might happen on the panelists. So I think we have opened to the floor. A lot of hands are going up. So can somebody give them a mic, please?
A wonderful session. I am Dr. Mukesh from Trichy. My question is there are different packages for different hospitals, and also based on the patient profile and also the comorbidities, you charge different premiums. But you expect us to operate at the same rate for a 20-year-old with no comorbidities and for the 80-year-old with multiple comorbidities for a same fracture. How does it work? You collect different premium for different patients based on their comorbidities. And also you add copay for them. But you expect us to operate at the same rate.
Either one of you can choose to answer this. Dr. Abhijit or Mr. Srinivasan.
I would leave it to the doctor to go into the technicalities. But I would like to say, sir, these are things to be discussed. All I am saying is, when the individually companies discuss with you, I think you will have to probably, you put forth your point, and I'm sure the insurers will understand if there is some logic in it and arrive at these kind of mechanisms. One more thing I would like to say, when we charge premiums, we charge for different age groups. We don't really differentiate because somebody is, has a higher risk factor. Most of the insurance companies charge premium based on the age only. We don't really we are not allowed to differentiate by the regulator.
Mr. Srinivasan, here. I'm a bariatric surgeon. Yeah. Obese people, insurance policies are not given at all. There is definitely differentiation happening.
Sir, insurance has moved a long way. There were days when, for many of the adverse risk features, we were not giving insurance. Today, the regulations have become so strict, we can't say no to anyone now. We have to give insurance to everyone. And all the kinds of treatments are covered. everything which is conceivable under the earth is today covered in an insurance policy. It's driven by the regulator. So the market has changed substantially, especially in the last 2-3 years. AIDA has been extremely overactive to take care of the interests of the customers. So today we have very little freedom to say that we will not underwrite this.
I think I would like to hear Dr. Abhijit's opinion on Dr. Mukesh's question.
Already sir has answered. My suggestion this is to everyone, whenever rates or packages are being defined or designed, there is always an active interaction between the provider management team and the hospital's finance team. Everything can be discussed. I understand there are some hospitals which deal more with complicated cases. There has to be a factoring done for that. That if it is a normal case, this will be the package. If it is a case with including hypertension, this is the X factor. If hypertension with morbid obesity, add a factor. So these all have to be evolved. I think the insurance companies are pretty much open to understand that. Also, I would like to tell you is that Star Health is designated as the common empanelment provider for state of Tamil Nadu. My team will be very happy to have a discussion on behalf of GI Council with all those hospitals who want to become a part of this. And we can evolve the common packages in a way that all these factors are being taken. Also, we have kept a delta for the escalation because we understand that year on year the charges increase. So there is a X percentage also a part of that where after X number of months, the package will be automatically increased. So we are trying to keep all the things in mind when these are happening. My only request will be, once it is agreed, please don't deviate from it. For example, a TKR cannot be an emergency. So please don't bring in an emergency factor over the package when a TKR comes. Similarly, TKR doesn't require synovectomy. So let that not become an additional cost when the package is defined. These are few of the challenges which I am saying insurance companies also face with the hospitals over and above when the package has already been defined and designed. So once I think both the sides talk and iron it out, it will be a very smooth journey with only 5 or 10% of exceptions that may require both the organizations to sit forward. But really appreciate this point, sir.
Dr. Satish, I think you wanted to ask a question. Okay, anybody else? I thought a few hands came up.
Sir, I am Anant Padmanabhan. I have been working in the industry for about 35 years now. I have been seeing the insurance getting evolved, be it the private insurance or the government insurance. When we started just about 10-15 years ago, the insurance content was only about 10 to 15%. Just 10 to 15% about 10 years ago. Over a period of time, it went to 20%, 30%. Now it is almost 60 to 70%. And if it is going to be a large corporate chain, still they can manage. But if you are talking about small and medium-sized hospitals, 100 bed, 200 bed, I do consulting for a lot of these small hospitals. I find 60 to 70% money is blocked practically. So they don't get money from the insurance company, and they also have a lot of working capital blocked in terms of inventory in the pharmacy. So they find it extremely difficult. So I think it is very, very important if the industry has to survey, the small hospitals have to survey. I think all of us must sit together and sort this out very soon. Otherwise, it will be a disaster in my opinion. The second thing is what Sir said is very true. I think we should have a co-pay system. So when you have a co-pay system, all the insurance policies, then there will be some restraint from the patients also. Otherwise, just for a fever, as he said, they go to the corporate hospital because there is a coverage available. So if I have to pay 2,000 rupees for that fever also as a co-pay, then I think to that extent the number of claims will come down, benefit the hospital, benefit the insurance.
Thank you, sir. But before we close, I would like to take some closing remarks from Dr. Satish Devadas, our President of AHPI Tamil Nadu, on the plans for AHPI with regard to insurance. How do we plan to take it forward, the efforts that we intend to do?
Thank you very much for this really enlightening session. I think there has been some consensus that we have to talk. So that is the main important thing. And as providers, as hospitals, I think it's our duty to also come together and work on some actionable points. You know, it's not just debate, arguments, but we have to have some actionable points and make sure that the patient is eventually the benefiter. You know, we are always forgetting that patient after a long time, after his illness, when the bill is given to him, then the bill is denied or they have to pay extra, then it becomes a real problem for them, and it becomes a problem for the insurer, it becomes a problem for the hospital. So we have to work towards the patient definitely. And I think from AHPI side, we are trying to form clusters in all the major towns and cities. We want to form insurance clusters in all the places and we can discuss together what are exactly the problems we have. And then as a small committee, we can have discussions with the insurance companies, and we can get to some kind of, and also the national level AHPI is talking with the GIC every month. That is also, I think, very good progress. But I guess dialogue is the only way forward, and we are very happy to have both of you here, and we will definitely go forward with the dialogue. I think that is what we, and from our side in Tamil Nadu, we will make these points and we'll come and discuss with you. Thank you. Anything?
Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists for this wonderful, enlightening lecture. I think we can keep this going on and on, but then we have other sessions to follow. So thank you everyone, and we'd like to give an applause to all the panelists.
Thank you to all the panelists and as well as the moderators. I think this was one of the most fun sessions. We had a lot of interactions and as well as a few laughs also here and there. So thank you so much to the panelists and the moderators. So ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the felicitation, and I would like to invite Dr. Indian to kindly come up onto the stage for the felicitation. Yes, so we can start with the moderators themselves. I would like Dr. N.N. to kindly give the memento to Dr. Praveen Raj. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for here? As a token of our appreciation and love, and for being here with us for this session and guiding us through the topic, bridging the gap between hospitals and health insurance. Thank you so much. Next up is Dr. Raju Shivaswamy, ladies and gentlemen. Following that, we have Dr. Abhijit. Yes, next up, following Dr. Abhijit, we have Mr. Srinivasan Gopalan. Following that, we have Mr. Anandan Rajagopalan. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Karthikeyan Raju. Thank you everybody. Can we have a group photograph very quick? And that's done. Okay. Yes, thank you so much to everybody on this panel and to the moderators as well. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we will be moving into the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, on the topic, how AI can empower hospitals to scale sustainably. And for that, I would like to invite our speaker, Mr. Giridharan Palniswamy, founder and CEO of Zautu AI, Healthcare AI Transformation. Mr. Giridharan Palniswamy is a technologist, startup founder, and advocate for AI-driven healthcare transformations. As the founder, he focuses on using AI to enhance automation and humanize tech solutions. With experience at firms like Alioster and VMware, he has led large-scale engineering projects and contributed to real-world innovations. His expertise include machine learning, product engineering, and system integration. He is also an active mentor and thoughtful leader in the tech community. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a round of applause for Mr. Giridharan Palaniswamy onto the stage.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be here to discuss about a wonderful topic. This is an interesting topic for me. Actually, to be frank, this topic is not selected by us or I. This is given by AHPI. Thanks to AHPI for giving me this opportunity to discuss about this particular topic to help hospitals to grow sustainably, scale sustainably with AI. Why this topic to us? Actually, we are helping hospitals grow sustainably, scale sustainably with AI. We build AI agents for care efficiency, increasing the care efficiency, revenue, increasing the revenue and fixing the revenue leakage with the AI, and increasing the patient satisfaction. We will go through the few steps here. Imagine if your hospital can deliver 10x more care without having additional staff or without having an additional facility. That's what AI is bringing to the world today. That is real and it is happening in the world. It is not the future. But if you see, the healthcare is growing. Indian healthcare sector is growing like anything. The boom is real. The government sectors, even the central government are initiating for a Heal in India, which is 20,000 crore of project, and believing that India has the ability to care the globe at scale. But majority of the hospital struggles with inefficiency. If the hospitals works harder and harder every day, then why inefficiency is exist? That's the questions. So there are plenty of problems. This is a very simple problem, and I think I missed the opportunity to discuss about each and every use cases. In the previous sessions, many of the use cases has been discussed, but one important thing in the morning session, one of our chief guests mentioned about patient experience. Actually, with AI, with the large amount of workforce, AI workforce, which is working for you 24/7, whenever your patients require a need, right? You can increase the experience of the patient. I will share only one example here, one use case. I was building inside hospital, one of our customer hospital. So the front office team, they were busy with the patient, handling the registration and booking an appointment for the doctors and all these things, clarifying their doubts, many things, right? Meanwhile, they will be getting a call. They have to answer that call also. That is the peak time. What they will answer? You imagine when they are busy with a particular task, if they are getting another task interrupted, then what experience they will give to your patient? Yes, sir, doctor is available. That's it. Hi, sir, what do you want? How can I help you? If that experience we can give to the patient, then there is no need for retaining the patient to increasing more and more marketing stuffs actually. With AI, we can help the staffs to be less burnout basically. The burnout for the staffs should get reduced because your staffs are the only person who is taking care of your each and every patient and each and every single day, right? So if they are burned out a lot, then they won't be giving the experience. How we can help? Instead of asking our team to do more work, we can help them to find the next work. We can help them how to complete that particular task. For in this scenario particularly, the patient might be asking about a lab report. status of a lab report, and by the time they cut the call, they will be engaging in another task. But now they will forget. They used to tell like, okay, sir, I will check and tell you. But used to forget. What AI can do here, either AI can answer this call, or AI can note down what task has to be created for that particular staff, right? Like this, there are many other use cases we can solve with AI, and these are all another 5 use cases. Yeah, what cannot be solved by the AI? Actually, today AI is just a beginning, and many of the things, AI cannot handle the bigger cycle of things. It can do a particular task. For example, lead management, patient engagement, tracking the task for the staff. Similarly, documenting it. But it cannot do a whole bunch of tasks. Decision making should be with the human. We as a human, we should take the decision making. AI can give insights. AI can give many suggestions for the doctors, but the doctor is the person who decides what care has to be given for that particular patient. And accountability. AI can help to track the task, create the task, and maintain the task, but the staff should hold that accountability in your team. Empathy. This is a real example from our customer hospital itself. The patients are coming to see the doctor to get the satisfaction. And they used to tell, doctor, if I am seeing you, I am happy. So this empathy cannot be given by AI. So scaling without tech is guaranteed failure. Right? I think everyone will be agree on this. I will give up one case study for the same. So the traditional model is something like more employees for more patients, more capital, more facility. But with the AI feature, like the AI model, driven model, it should be like smarter workflow for more patients and reducing the staff burnout, increasing the patient experience. This is the concept of de-economies of scale. This is not the exact number. This is a sample number to understand. So currently if we are operating at 1x and 100 patients we are serving per day and monthly profit is 10 lakhs, right? Then if we do 2x, then 15 lakhs. That is the peak. But if we scale again with the traditional model, increasing the staff, increasing the facility and expenses, everything, then it will decline. So KIMS is a best example. Many knows that Kaveri and Apollo, Narayana Health, they all drawn with the technology. They have proved it. But this is the recent achievement. What inspires me, how KIMS started from Nellore, a small town, and how they are expanded to almost majority of the south cities, right? They predominantly used AI workflows and self-care driven systems for the patients. Patients, they themselves will go and check, they themselves will enter the data, they themselves will collect the data. Like that, it happened in Tier 2. Imagine that. Now many hospitals are hesitant to deploy software in cloud. I have seen this. I worked with many hospitals. We spoke to around more than 250 hospitals after coming into healthcare. Right? Many hospitals hesitant to deploy an software or system in cloud. But what KIMS did, they partnered with VMware and they built a dedicated cloud for them, vSphere. Now they are top of the talk, actually. The top profitable healthcare providers in India. Many acquisition deals are happening around them. Yeah. There are three core problems, right? Why it is, we have a lot of techs. In terms of tech solutions, there is no scarcity. You can find it every day. Even in this corridor, you can find a lot of tech solutions. But what is the problem here? There is no transparency in health tech. Or there is no clarity, we can say. The thing is, since it is not clear for the decision maker, So it is getting delayed. And there is no interoperability. For example, you might be finding a particular tool which is awesome working for you. If you go and ask the existing vendor, you might be trying to integrate with your existing system. If you go and ask the existing vendor, the vendor might be asking some additional cost for integration. This is wrong, actually. This is not at all ethical. Data transformation, data interoperability protocol should be implemented. Right? For that only, on top of FHIR, ABDM has implemented a protocol specifically for Indian healthcare. Right? Due to this, if the data interoperability issue is not there, then adopting the new system very easy, because in healthcare, the workflow should not get disturbed. That's what. It is not a single tool or something which can do better, perform well. It is in the entire workflow, it should not get disturbed. And the next part is resistance to change. Recent studies proved that 95% of AI implementation got failed globally. The major reason is 75% of staff resistance. Even the IT companies are struggling to adopt new technology, then it is not the exception for healthcare or hospital, right? For handling all of these things, we have one problem, which is your in-house technology advocate. You have an advocate for legal, right? You have an advocate for finance, which is your auditor or CFO. And sometimes you might be having the business auditor also, which means the person who is auditing for your growth, marketing strategies and all. But majority of the hospital, after working with them and talking to them, trying to implement system with them, the problem is they don't have the advocate to decide which tool work for them. And why the cost is high for this particular cost, or why they are asking more. There is no clarity. So if we have in-house expertise, right, they will be negotiating, they will be finding out the best tools for you. Actually, nowadays, there is another concept called fractional CTO, which is widely used, and you can check out the playbook of how KIMS kind of hospitals has grown with the technology leadership, right? And nowadays, software cost is nothing. Even AI is developing software. AI is developing another AI, right? So the cost is software cost and tools cost are very, very less. The tech cost is, until if it is hardware related, then the cost is very, very less. We can do it for free of cost. If you go and search in GitHub, GitHub is the repo where we can find lot of tools at free of cost. If you have in-house team, they can deploy those tools inside our hospital ecosystem, and they can help to integrate. It will save the cost for a long time. And the data breach. Recently in Rajkund, it happened. Just a basic thing, default password admin 123. Because of that, they lost the patient record, right? This is another important thing we need to take. If the data breach happened, then 250 crores we need to pay. Penalty will be there. So you might be thinking, why I need to have an CTO? Because I have an IT team, right? The major difference is IT team is for maintenance and support. And one clarification what I need to give here is CTO is also part of the IT team. And CTO can help in innovation, growth, and efficiency, increasing the efficiency and bridging the gaps in the workflow. How to find a CTO? We all know that India is the tech source, right, for the global. For the overall the world, India is the tech source. And even for the health tech, India is the top talent producer. In Coimbatore itself, there are a lot of health tech companies. They are serving for US, UAE and UK market. We can find talents from this tech. First preference should be tech, health tech companies only. Then the second thing is LinkedIn and well-phone kind of platform we can see. And if you have plan for separately handling the entities, the physical entity should be separate, the hospital should be separate. With the help of that, I can move to digital entity. Again, one more digital vertical. If you want to start, you can find a co-founder, CTO, co-founder. Well-phone, there are a lot of people available. They will be helping you. They are eagerly looking for solving new problem, even without paying them. If you give them some shares, they are happy to work for you. And they can find out some you can also find out some freelancers and ask them to do a particular tool what you want. This is India's moment. Yeah, this stopped me actually. Recently, I came to know about one article in US. Around 75% of young graduates, they prefer to work in hospital, not in tech companies like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Why this is? They know what is changing. Healthcare will be the next boom. Actually, healthcare will be the transformation industry in the revenue-driven industry in the future. They know that. But in India, we don't have CTO or CAIO. That is we can go through this Mayo Clinic study. They have invested around, with Adani, they have invested around 6,000 crore for 1,000-bed hospital in Mumbai, right? We can do the case study of those things actually. So, is the really AI adoption happening in India? India is catching up with the world global average, right? Compared to United States and United Kingdom, majority of the clinicians from India are using AI now. Imagine, it is increased 12%. AI is helping 41% more than 41% of clinicians in India means, then how much it is important to integrate within your ecosystem. How it can improve the efficiency of the doctor. I'm really worried about doctor because whenever I call the doctors to talk to something, I have set of advisors. If I call them, they won't be available. They are almost busy with patients, OP, or they will be busy with surgeries, and they will be busy with some conferences. I'm worried how they are working like this. So the next part is, there is a reference, we can check it up. AI is not just a trend. Since only it is because of adoption, it is not just a trend. We cannot cross like that. Actually, it is revenue engine, GDP engine for the country. It is for the nation. And it is, as per Deloitte and NASSCOM, it is already proposed by the year 2025 itself. It is 25 to 30 billion USD. How big the AI transformation, and especially it is in the part of inefficiency, the first thing. And second thing is preventive care. Then the next thing is utilization, optimized utilization of resources. Then the better patient outcome. Yeah, Jai Hind. Thank you all. Thanks for listening to me. Do you have any questions? Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to Mr. Yes, can we please have you onto the stage, please, for the felicitation, and I request ma'am to kindly come forward to facilitate the speaker. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful session that he has taken for us? Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this we move into the next session on the title, Shaping the Healthcare Workforce from Recruitment from Retention. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure in inviting the moderators for this session, and starting, I would like to invite Mrs. Rama Rajashekharan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to have you here, ma'am. Under her guidance, the hospital and its education trust continues to uphold their foundation, vision of quality healthcare and professional education for all. Her leadership has helped to bridge clinical excellence with holistic institutional growth. Truly somebody who is an inspiration for all of us out there, ma'am. We are very honored in having you here. Next up, with equal privilege. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would like to hand over the floor to ma'am. Yes.
Good evening. After a heavy lunch, good lunch, I think. and with a very excellent session on insurance. Now we are moving into the very, very important part. Every session was good, but this is something which all of us were, it is a real challenge, whether if it is in a clinic or any 2-tier, 3-tier hospital, any hospitals, we always have these issues regarding health, having human resources. So how we are going to tackle it, how we are going to shape it, because I think, and also most important, how we are going to recruit them and how we are going to retain them. And we have excellent panelists with us. Now I'll first request my co-moderator, Mr. Jayakumar, who's CEO from KG Hospitals. So he has an excellent experience for the past 30 years in KG, and I'm sure he'll be able to, we are all who have really experienced all this, so we'll be able to share and take this whole session forward. Now I'd like to introduce the panelists. Mr. Neil Sequeira. He's come all the way from Mumbai. He's the CEO of Thane Cancer Hospital. He has vast experience. In fact, he's an engineer, but then moved on to psychology, and he studied in IIT, IIM, Kochi, Chennai. So he's an expert, and especially with, I think he's studying all the minds of the health workers. And is very important, is also is a professional counselor, and it's wonderful to have him here with us today. I really thank you for flying over from Mumbai. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. K.V. Rajkumar. Mr. K.V. Rajkumar is, I'm very honored to, because he's actually the project director of the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation of Government of Tamil Nadu. In fact, he's basically an engineer, but he moved into Tata Consulting Services and then joined the Tamil Nadu Civil Services. After really securing state rank 6 in the civil service examination, that's very good. And he's done a lot of flagship events, which I can mention is Nan Mudalvan Initiative. And he does partners with industry skill development programs. He's won a lot of awards, and he really exemplifies in how to integrate, innovate, and commitment to governing excellence. And I'm sure he'll have a lot of training programs which he can definitely share with us. Now, I'd like to introduce Maya Srikumar. She is an expert. She is from Cognizant, and she's a vice president and head HR of Cognizant. She's a very distinguished leader, and she surely has nearly 16,500 professionals under her wing. She really sees to their work, that amount of big workforce. And also she serves as the global head for diversity and inclusion in Cognizant. That is something which is very important. And she's a very passionate women empowerment leader and has won the Iconic Women of the Year award. So I'm sure she'll be able to share a lot of inputs, because women play a very important role in our healthcare. And next I have Dr. T. Jayakumar. Jayakumar is Senior General Manager of HR at KMCH Hospital. And he has trained and had a lot of training programs. So with this nearly 25 years of experience in organizational excellence and people development, and I'm sure he'll be able to give a lot of insights for us, especially in the healthcare. I think she's, I was just looking out for you, I didn't see you before. She's Suman Yadav. Actually, I was very impressed when I went to the GWD of what they do. It actually means Global Workforce Development. I think it will be very interesting for us, because it's a very important where we all need how to, she'll be able to guide us and how to get trained people, and not only professionals, doctors and everybody. So as I like to start the session, I'm feeling very happy to sit among such experts and panelists. And now I'd like to take a question for Mr. Neil Sequeira, because he's come, he has a long journey and he's worked in so many prominent hospitals in Mumbai. So I just wanted to know your, how do you workforce planning, alignment with HR, with the hospital expansion especially, and also managing attrition and burnout among your clinical staff. It's actually a big operational drain for every hospital. So how has your Thane Cancer Hospital addressed this issue, and especially of attrition and increase employees' loyalty?
Very good evening to all of you, and thank you for having me here. I normally like telling stories and telling jokes, so I'll begin with so there were three professionals, and one was a HR guy, one was a supply chain guy, and one was a marketing guy, and they were trying to find out if Lord Hanuman would fit into a function which would be the best function for him. So the operations guy said, wow, there's no doubt, he can move mountains, great supply chain. The marketing guy said, that's fine, but look at his brand, look at the brand identity, and amazing guy. He represents Lord Ram so well everywhere and impeccable. The HR guy said, you both guys are wrong. He's a perfect fit for HR. I said, why? He said, if a man can set fire to his own tail to save someone else's wife and burn some third person's house, he has to be an HR guy. Ironically, HR is probably, the joke actually tells you where HR gets sandwiched between expectations of managements and aspirations of people. And most of the times, let me tell you, they're not in alignment at all. Ma'am, to summarize everything that you... Another thing, we keep on talking of physical burnout. Let me ask all of you sitting over here, when we were children and we played for hours and hours, we never felt burnout. Why was it? No, it's not because you're getting old. It's because you like doing that. If you have a psychologically great environment, physical burnout really doesn't happen to that extent that it happens. So that's for the leaders. Second is, in that itself, is investing in people. Now I know what, every time I used to go to my managements and say, you have to do trainings, this, that, etc. The question was, what will happen if the people leave? So there's a lovely poem by Mother Teresa. I had read it a long time ago, and I just wrote it down when I was sitting over there. And it's there on walls of one of the hospitals in Kolkata. It says, people will be unreasonable and nasty. Forgive them anyway. If you are happy, people will be jealous of you. Be happy anyway. If you are kind, people will misuse your kindness. Be kind anyway. If you are honest, most of the times in life you will be a loser. Be honest anyway. You may do a lot of good to people around you and they will forget it. Be good anyway. Whatever best you do or you will plan to do may just not be enough. Do your best anyway. And that's where I add my little thing. You may train people to the best of the intention that they may stay, but they may leave you. Train them anyway. In the end, this is the most beautiful thing that the great lady says. In the end, it is between God and you. It was never between you and them anyway. So when we run institutions and when we run our lives, I think we should do our best all the time. The third is something which we talk about, communication. I keep on hearing about it so much, Management communication, communicate to people. And, we just forget that 80% of communications, he said, I'm a psychologist. Madam, you should have added the word great. I like pampering myself. That's me pampering myself. 80% of communication is listening. Do managements really listen? Let me tell you another great story. There were two babies they were discussing in the womb of their mother. Baby one says, you know what, we are due to go out now, and I don't know how the world is going to be outside. So baby two says, no, the world outside is quite nice. You know, there are nice things, etc. So baby one says, who told you that? I mean, I am told it's a dark, nasty, bad world out there. No, baby two says, it's fine. Don't worry. Baby one says, how are we going to feed ourselves? Once this umbilical cord is going to get cut, what's going to happen? Baby two says, don't worry. Mummy is there. Mummy will take care. Oh, baby one says, what mummy? I can't hear her at all. Where is she? I can't see her. Baby two says, shh. Silence. Listen. Do you listen to a heartbeat? That is mummy. It's only when you're silent you will be able to listen. Managements need to listen. Managements need to listen to the feedback of customers and, most importantly, feedback of employees. And when you do that, you build a people-centric culture. People-centric culture is not telling people about where you want to be, what you want to do, talking about their expansion plans. It's 80% of listening to what people want, what are their desires, what are their aspirations. The second, process-oriented culture. Processes are important, yes. But the problem is, each and every one of you in the institutions we have some great processes. Please don't change it just for the sake somebody tells you to change. Your consultant may be somebody who comes and says, turn this topsy-turvy. Don't. There's this beautiful story again of Dick Cheney. He passed away some days early. He was the vice president of Halliburton and he was the chairman of Halliburton and the vice president of the United States of America. He was told to see a great jade statue in China. The man goes there. Sees this lovely, beautifully carved statue. He asked the curator of the museum, how was this great, beautiful statue carved? He says, you know, the Chinese and the people in this side of the world look at life very differently than the Americans. You say, you Westerners look at life like a blank canvas. You add a color here, add a color there, make it very colorful. He said, we look at it differently. When this guy saw an ugly piece of rock, he said, wow, this is a beautiful piece of rock. All that I need to do is remove these weaknesses bit by bit, piece by piece. Let me promise you, every one of you, in every hospital I have visited, irrespective of whatever criticism it is, you have actually done a lot of Kaizen and implemented a lot of good processes. Just focus on the weakness. Great sportsmen don't focus on their strengths. I can tell you Muralitharan, I can tell you Roberto Carlos, I can tell you, Jan Ove Bovelander, the hockey great. They focus on their weaknesses. Focus on the weaknesses of your processes. The third is trying to be proactive. Develop a proactive culture, and that will happen only if you develop a culture of psychological safety. When I was a young boy, I flicked a lovely pencil, a Great Wall pencil, which you used to get with an eraser behind. Okay, because that time we wrote only with Nataraj pencils. I went back home and I told my daddy, Daddy, I got this pencil, and I got the beating of my life for having robbed. You know what? After that, my dad thinks I never robbed a pencil. I robbed many pencils. So never penalize your people for speaking the truth. Develop a culture of psychological safety. There's a great software company, I won't name them, but there was a guy who actually identified a glitch in the software which he had created. He went and reported to the manager, and they rewarded him for speaking the truth. The fourth is, last 2 minutes, building a culture of purpose. Every person who works over there actually should have a culture of purpose. And let me tell all the support departments that you are there to support the clinical function. There's no way about it. Many places where I sit, I think that functional support departments actually try. The patient comes for clinical services. HR is there to support the clinical service. And that's very, very important. I'll summarize this by a lovely story. A man was walking down a road and there were 3 masons. He asked the first mason, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm putting bricks on a wall." He asked the second mason, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm building a wall for this house." The third mason said, "I'm going to build a structure that will protect the lovely family that is going to stay within that house." That is the sense of purpose. 3 people doing the same job, but the third person knowing exactly what work he's doing is going to affect. So when you tell your housekeeping staff how important, or you tell your healthcare attendant how important washing hands is, and if he does not wash hands, what impact is going to happen, rather than putting in a punitive process that if you don't wash hands, we'll punish you. I think that makes a lot of difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. It was really nice, especially your anecdotes and your stories. I really added a lot of, I think it would have gone into most of our head, because similar, I just like small incident which happened in my hospital when we have, I think most of the hospitals have their housekeeping or we call them stretcher people, and all of them recruit coming in from Northeast. They don't know your language, they don't know Tamil. But the other day, once I called all of them, I had coffee with them, and as you said, if you elevate them, you put them on a high and make them equal to you, they felt that was the best day, and you won't believe the turn of events, how they smile, how they work. I think, management side, I think all these things, when you work with them, they feel very nice. I really think they need that. Now to Maya. Maya is from, as you all know, she's a VP of HR from Cognizant, so it's a huge one, and I just wanted to ask her that, of course she sees only more of tech people. So how do you manage, how can you, adapt so many people with the workforce you have, scheduling their performance, tracking them? Of course, you have maybe a lot of tools, but like AI tools. How do you develop a leadership development, which can, I think, for a hospital, for a healthcare side, how much can they contribute, or how much of your idea, what you're doing in yours, which we can take it up in our healthcare, like how to retain them. But looking at from your IT department, because IT becomes part of the hospital now.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. Good evening, everybody. So for all of you who do not know much about Cognizant, I really feel like an odd man out. We are one of the largest IT service providers in the world with more than 350,000 employees. In Coimbatore, where I head the operations, we have around 17,000 employees. In India, we are around 250,000. So coming to what best practices from IT industry that we have for HR, for our employees, that our HR has implemented, looking at recruitment, promotion, retention, etc. I would focus specifically on 2 or 3 things that we have done very differently. So you can imagine an organization that is thriving on technology services, and we take like almost 40,000 freshers every year. That's the kind of workforce that joins us. Imagine the kind of competition and the way they would look for opportunities to grow. So we reached a point where everybody said, we are not getting enough promotions. We need a lot more people to be promoted. They are unhappy. So we were wondering, how do we focus on, how do we address this issue? That's when one of the best practice, I would say, that came in, which is building a talent marketplace, which means we publish the jobs that are available in the organization for everyone to see. So when I am giving some best practice, I don't know how much of this can be directly implemented in a hospital workplace, but you could maybe draw some parallel and do some part of it. So talent marketplace is where all the jobs are published. So me, as an employee who's working on maybe a Java technology, I see that there is a role, like there is Giridharan from VMware, right? Cloud and cloud related area. So I build my technology towards meeting that kind of a requirement and I apply for that job eventually, and I could get that. So by continuously monitoring talent marketplace, as an employee, I get to know that what is the demand in the industry, what kind of skills does the company need, how do I prepare towards that. So first thing I would say is a focus on continuous upskilling, cross-skilling and reskilling towards a demand-supply situation. So you cannot just think that, okay, I'm an expert in this area, job will come to me and I'll get promoted one day. That doesn't happen. So we created this talent marketplace and also introduced something called as job moves, internal job move, which means if you have to move to another role, your promotion will happen only if you move to an upskill role. In seat, there is no promotion. You are best in your area, you've been doing this, but you cannot get promoted. So that's one best practice I would say, that continuous focus on reskilling, cross-skilling, upskilling, have a talent marketplace where jobs are published, and then allow them to move to those roles in a structured way. The second practice in a large IT organization which we have implemented, which could be again used is, see, we thrive on innovation. Every day we need to build innovative solutions to our customers, and like all of you know, technology is like changing in such a rapid pace. So how do we build a system where innovation can be a part of our daily life? So we have something called as a Blue Bolt innovation platform, where every employee every day can come and log in if they have great ideas. It's not just idea. You will have to monetize it. So you'll have to say, if customer implemented it, how much revenue it would generate for the company, how much business growth the customer would get, what are the resources that you will need, what are the constraints that you're going to face about it. So creating a platform like that where you can do continuous innovation, where innovation is kind of democratized. Every employee can log in those ideas, and today we have, I think, more than 300, 400,000 ideas that are logged in. So that's the second one I would say. With the third one, I'll pause. The third best practice which has helped in retention is opportunity to contribute back to the society. So when we look at our workforce who have stayed back with the company, so I've been with Cognizant for almost 30 years. I joined fresh from college and worked across various parts of the world. And one thing that has always helped many of our employees is we can contribute back to the society in a very seamless way. So we get weekly mails saying that, okay, in Chinnavedampatti there is a lake restoration project. Do you want to contribute? And we can register. Then it says in this school, we can, for the 9th and 10th standard students, there is a science class, additional class that you can do on Saturdays and Sundays, as well as contribute back to the society. That can help in building a culture of retention and a very happy workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really nice because it's we get a lot of insights or
from a technology
in the IT sector. It's very important for us. Because now healthcare is also becoming more of IT sector with so much of AI being involved, and So to use, I know you have turned around a lot of things in the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. So as a project director, you'll be working and you'll be having a lot of skill development program. So for us here with a lot of, call it 2-tier, 3-tier, even for the other hospitals, what more skill development programs are is like where we can apply, where we can recruit, on what level. Even though we have, as he said, we have JCI, other call it standards which we have to maintain, like NABH standards, still you can always recruit these people. So how do you think you can, give us through ideas on that so that most of these hospitals and their work, we can gain something?
Well, good evening all, and thank you for the opportunity. Before I answer the question, I just wanted to emphasize what Tamil Nadu government is doing. So basically, I am from Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, which is a Section 8 company, traditionally under the Ministry of Labour and Skill Development. But in recent years, government of Tamil Nadu has put a very special focus on skilling, and it has brought this Section 8 company very recently under the Department of Special Program and Implementation, directly under the portfolio under Deputy Chief Minister. So this Section 8 company has a chairman, traditionally been the Finance Secretary, the Chief Secretary, the Additional Chief Secretaries, and all the secretaries like school education, higher education, health, industries, MSMEs, all the major secretaries will also be the part of the board, and we take decisions based on the board. The board will convene, and based on the decisions we will execute. So this skill development corporation we also have, because skilling is not a conventional department like any other government departments where government alone can do any programs. It will not serve any purpose, because first we need to understand the limitations of the government in the skilling area. We need to work with industries, we need to work with private players, we need to work with educational institutions, which are the ecosystems themselves. So lot of synergies are needed when we want to operate skilling at scale. So consciously we set up 5 different apex bodies which are subsidiary companies. Technically it is a joint venture between the Skill Development Corporation and some lead industry partner, a lead implementation partner. We have 5 apex bodies based on our Tamil Nadu economy. We have apex bodies in 5 different sectors. One at logistics, where the lead implementation partner is the Logistics Sector Skill Council and TVS. One is construction, where the lead implementation partner is Ramco Siemens and other construction related companies consortium. One is health, and the lead implementation partner is Kaveri Hospitals and other consortium of hospitals. Another one is automobile thing, where the lead implementation partner is Royal Enfield and have their own consortium of automotive companies. And another one is BFSI, where the lead implementation partner is the Madras Stock Exchange. So these industries, they come with all the expertise needed, what is the curriculum, the change in curriculum and all, and it advises the TNSDC. Apart from it, one massive skill development scheme that we have rolled out recently is the Nan Mudalvan program. Nan Mudalvan, which in Tamil, it translates to I am the best. Which this skill development initiative is operated in all the higher educational institutions, engineering colleges, first in government aided, then in private, then in it extended to arts and science colleges, and then to ITIs, polytechnics, and then recently, etc. And in this paramedical institutions, we have tied up with all major hospitals and even the foreign language training, where the nurses, now they have good opportunities in Germany. We are offering this German language program, and we have offering Japanese language program for engineering graduates who could find opportunities in Japan. So these big industries, they are directly going into the colleges, and they operate some courses which will become part of a credit course in their curriculum. So normally in any HR meet, you go to any HR meet, they will lament about there is a gap between what industry demands and what educational institutions offer. And very frequently we have been hearing all the time. But because this conventional academic curriculum, they will be convened once in 5 years. By the time they sit, they consult, they draft, they put forth the draft, they get the consultation and release the curriculum will get outdated. Because every day now the technology is rapidly changing. So what we thought is, as a skill development corporation, we offered a industry relevant curriculum, and HR meet is constituted, industry consultations happen, and every semester we introduce a credit based course, be it an AI, be it a full stack development. Recently the full stack is changing away to MERN stack. In IT sector and in building, it is a building information modeling system. Even in healthcare, there is AI in healthcare. Even recently the paramedical institutions, they have asked us to introduce this medical language training. Conventionally, we offer this Cambridge courses to our engineering students, but the institutions came up with our medical this allied health professionals need a different kind of, like, they need a English communication which is more resonating with the healthcare industry. So based on that, whatever the industry needs, basically we hear from the industry and we try to like integrate into the curriculum. It will be a credit course. Students are mandatorily, they have to take this industry-based curriculum. And recently, State Planning Commission did a study, and it tremendously improved the confidence level of the candidates, because these are all not very theoretical classes. It is like experience-based learning, where a student has to do a project on real-time industry use case. So by the time they come to the final year, they will have a real taste of what the industry expects, what is an industry use case. They feel very confident about it, and they can even put it in resume that I have built this X, Y, Z, etc. So that they will feel very empowered to say that I have done this industry use case. So that is the one big massive program, Nan Mudalvan, that we are trying to do. Another one is a short-term skilling, which recently launched by Honorable Chief Minister himself, July, which is called Vetri Nichayam in Tamil, which we say success guaranteed, where we again empanel these factories as a skilling partners. All the big factories like Tata Electronics or the VVDN industries in manufacturing side. In the defense side, we have this Armed Vehicle Nigam Limited, this public sector enterprise. Some good national institutions like IIT Madras, they are coming up with this beautiful electronic manufacturing, 5G communication technology course. And even in health sector, they are coming up with a course called this calibration technician course, where in remote hospitals, this calibration every 6 months or one year, that devices, medical equipments need to be calibrated. So there is a severe shortage of skilled manpower in do this calibration. So IIT is having a skill on wheels concept, where this calibration technicians are going to the remote area, and like they are helping some tier 2, 3 hospitals where this calibrations are happening. So lot of things are happening. We are empaneling industries. Coming back to your question of this health sector, what government is offering for the health industry, we have so far empaneled 150 different hospitals in Tamil Nadu, ranging from Kaveri hospitals, Apollo MedSkills, Karpaga Vinayaga, SIMS Hospital, etc. And even in all the major, even in tier 2, 3 towns. For example, in Theni, we have empaneled Nalam Hospital, in Nagarkovil, in Pudukkottai. In every, what we ask the hospitals is to please open your hospital industry or hospitals. It is high time that industries should themselves convert them into a training center. Hospitals themselves should convert into a training center. Because many times the industry says, it is not my business. Training is not my business. I need a billable resource. From day one, they need to be a billable resource. They need to be trained. And we expect the educational institutions to offer the industry relevant curriculum. But the educational institutions, the professors or the teachers or the trainers, unlike in other countries, we don't have a concept called professors of practice, where the professors, they go to the industry, they understand the industry problem, then go back to the college. We have a very strict demarcation of educational institutions and this training institutions. This government programs, like blurring the line between this industries, the consumers and the technical providers, so that the hospitals themselves are doing very short-term courses on this general duty assistant, caregiving, geriatric care assistant courses, lab technician courses, emergency care technician courses, and they are in that recruit, train, deploy model. We are mobilizing the candidates. We, with a huge manpower of all this government departments, the tribal department is mobilizing tribal candidate, differently able department is mobilizing differently abled candidates. The women help groups, they have a ground level presence at the panchayat level. They are mobilizing the women groups, and because the hospital or the education institution don't have that mobilizing power. So as a government, we put all the government machinery in place to do the vulnerable candidates. We pick the candidates and do the mobilization. We fund the hospitals, we fund the industries to do the training, and ultimately they are benefiting out of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much on enlightening us on skill development in Tamil Nadu. I think hospitals in this Coimbatore are doing, for your knowledge, sir, from KG Hospital and Ganga Hospital, we train, on-job training, and go to industry to train them on CPR, basic life support, basic trauma support. I think we should utilize the Tamil Nadu Apex body for a skill development for a healthcare scenario. I start with a quote given by our chairman, Dr. Bhaktavachalam. Machines and buildings does not make the hospital. Every hospital, every industry or every organization, the backbone is health care providers, the workforce. The question to Dr. Jaikumar. In tier 2 cities like Coimbatore, how do we attract talented, skilled, especially nursing staff and the skilled doctors, professionals? We do have a challenge in attracting skilled labor in healthcare delivery system. And how do we retain them? Attrition is the major problem, especially in healthcare industry in tier 2 cities. How do we retain them in tier 2 cities? They want to move always either to metropolitan city or they want to fly out of the country. How do we retain them? Show some of our experience.
Very good afternoon and all. I take this opportunity to thank guy, include the HR guy in Dev. I am behalf of KMCH, and we are having 5 satellite units and more than 7,000 employees. And we are running educational institutions too, and we are offering medical and paramedical and allied health science courses. We are providing internship training extensively for the students community. I think I am the right person to answer this question. Thank you, sir, to throw this question to me. Actually speaking, the workforce, nowadays their mindset is totally changed because they are looking only for the tier 1 cities, metro cities, they want to work. Okay. Actually, the talent availability in tier 2 and tier 3 cities is very less. And the awareness on healthcare industry. So now only we are become an industry. Earlier we used to have a nursing home, hospital and other thing. Now the people are start recognizing the healthcare is also an industry. So the awareness about healthcare industry in tier 2 and tier 3 cities is very less. The people are not ready to choose the medical related courses and some technical courses, it belongs to the healthcare. Actually, the hospitals which we are running in the smaller cities or not in metro, whenever we are approaching the candidates, whenever we are trying to conduct some campus interview, the people, the candidate, their first question is like, how we are going to accommodate? Because they all, their life in a smaller town or smaller village, they want to get experience on the bigger cities. So, actually, they are looking for some good kind of lifestyle. That is the reason they are preferring big cities. And if we are going for a campus recruitment, the educational institution is also, they are molding their students like you are focusing on the big brand, big cities. So these are the lacking in our part, and we have to create some work culture. So what they are going to get in the big cities or in abroad, that we have to take into the consideration. See, we used to take people. We are not telling that, sir, we are going to offer this and that. So we used to tell that Coimbatore is now become a big city. We have 3-4 malls and we have multiples, and you have a good chance to get your lifestyle modification. So the people are asking for that. Sir, if I am coming over there, whether I can do my higher education, I can get trained on grooming myself for abroad job. So these are the things. More than their job, they are expecting something, the value added to their career and their life. So that is the reason they are planning for the metro cities. If we are offering these things, anything like if we are taking care of the employees well and we are taking care of their career path, we have to develop their career path. If you take some clinical people, we used to take some technician, we called them as a technician. Next career path will be like senior technician. Maximum, they become a chief technician. There is no opportunity for them to grow in their career. Whereas if you are taking non-clinical people, we can start with junior officer, senior officer, assistant manager, deputy manager. Yes, the same guy who is working within this department, he is getting more promotions, whereas I am not getting. So we have to compensate some other way. We have to compensate the technicians' feeling, and we have to give some weightage for their service. So cross functions, yes, if they are capable of taking care of administrative job, yes, we have to give some opportunity and we have to utilize their skills on the administrative side. Something career path we have to plan. So these are the things now the people are expecting. And the major thing, the employer brand. So we have to create some employer brand. Even though the big corporates, now they are stepping to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities because of their brand name. So the students, the candidates, they are looking only the brand. If we think that brand, they assume that this will be the work culture. So I am going to get this from the organization. So that experience, so that is the main thing, how we are going to maintain our industrial relation in future, in upcoming days. The experience which we are giving to the employees. So that will speak, that will come to their mind. They will refer their friends and family members to join in the organization based on their experience. So we have to give that experience. We used to talk about recruitment and retaining the employees. So what in between? So their career life. So we have to concentrate more on their career life. Definitely we can get some good recruitment response and the people will get retained with us. We are not going to and we are not ready to retain all the employees. So whenever the people are with us, they have to contribute, they have to engage completely. That work engagement is the another aspect which we are failing. Work engagement, that employee engagement means we are thinking that they have to be engaged 9 hours in their work. It is not like that. So we have to engage their free time for their career development. So if we are giving, if we are hand-holding, if we are supporting them for their future, definitely they will stay with us. They will have some confidence on us and they will stay with us. So these are the lacking that tier 2 and tier 3 cities are having. Now the hospitals in metros, they are coming to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, smaller town. They are bringing that culture. And the people, they are already in the business. They are also thinking that the people are important. Because the machine, the employees are not going to get any experience. They are going to work with the patients. So the patients, the humans are different. They have to handle the patient in a manner. So they will show their happiness, sorrow, or angry with the employees. The cross functions. If you are taking somebody from IT industry, if you are taking somebody from manufacturing industry, they are new to the healthcare industry. They are not cope up with the handling the patients. So we have to provide extensive training and the open communication. So the hospital means this is our culture. We have to work for the patient. So any department you take, we are for the patient. So the patient-centric culture we have to create. Then only they should understand, so this is the culture we are going to work. So we are going to face this kind of challenges and we have to groom like handling these grievances and how to handle the customers and how to make them happy and how we are going to give a better experience to the patients. Because they are the front-end employees. So they will be, even a security guy, he can make your customer unhappy. Okay, so you have to treat the human resource in healthcare. You have to treat the healthcare workers in a way they are all equal. Okay, so the security, even higher people, or even the doctors, they have to give a best experience to the customers, the patients. Then only we can shine. So we have to move the HR department. We are thinking that it is a part of administration. Actually, it is not a part of administration. It is part of your business. So we have to get into the business, the HR. We have to involve them. We have to get their feedbacks, and we have to address the employee grievance. The employee grievance, which is the major area we are ignoring. Okay, so we are not considering their grievance. So the grievance will become a problems. So we have to identify their grievance. We have to give some support to them. Then only we can attract people for the non-metro cities. Okay, so these are the ways in which we have to take care of the employees. Next, the training. So we are giving training as what we need. We are not considering what the employees are expecting or they are requesting. So based on their requirement, if you are planning their training session and if they are going to get out of some benefit, then definitely they will be stick on with us. We can get some good response. So these are the way we can recruit and retain the employees in Tier 2 and Tier 3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. After training all initial days, within 2 or 3 months, early attrition happens. Should we improve on early attrition rate, or should we attract the talent who can stay longer, or should we train them in a different way? How do we address on early attrition rate, and should we tell the culture of the organization in a different way? How do we address this? Question to Suman Yadav.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you, HPI, for this platform. The topic, which is, scaling healthcare professionals from recruitment to retention, is a topic as an HR professional working in healthcare industry from 16 years is very close to my heart. So before answering to the question which sir has asked, I would like to introduce what exactly our organization does. Global Workforce Development is a trusted healthcare solution provider. As everyone knows that, the healthcare professionals are the backbone for the industry. And, we are and we are going to be hub for healthcare talent for the globe. Still, we are our own self are struggling to get the quality manpower and struggling to get them retained. So there's where GWD comes into the picture. We as an organization helps all the healthcare setups, be it hospital, be it any pharmaceutical organization, be it any clinical setup, any healthcare organization, generally market strategy in the industry is that we recruit and deploy them. Whether a hospital is recruiting on itself and then deploying or taking a help from a vendor or consultant outside. Whereas GWD, our USP is recruiting, sourcing at scale, training at scale, certifying at scale, and then deploying it with the respective organization. So we have distributed the entire ecosystem. And that's how, sir, it answers to your question that it helps into the retention. Reason being, a nurse which is already been trained before placing into a ward or in a hospital, he or she knows what exactly they have to do when they are on the floor. They are not getting a surprise while reaching on the hospital how the patient is going to treat them. So this is how the sourcing, training, certification and deployment comes into the picture. I'll give you an example. We run a program by name Nursing Edge program for the hospital who wants to take that program. In this, we get the nurses involved from the day one they are entering into the nursing college. And the entire, and this training is completely away from the nursing council. We are not getting into the nursing council curriculum. This training is on top of that curriculum. So we are getting a nurse ready, floor ready, from the day one she is or he is entering into the nursing college. It has been divided among different months with different content and all that. So a nurse is getting trained technically on grooming, etiquettes, and the main is that getting them trained to be floor ready. Because all of us knows today's patient, tomorrow if I'm also a patient, we are very high demanding. If I'm paying means I have got the hospital in my pocket. This is what the thought process is. I myself, being an HR head for one of the hospital, I have seen how the patient walks in and if there is something goes wrong, how they treat the nurse, right? And then it goes to HR, then, disciplinary and all that, right? So we are getting a nurse trained how to be responsive rather than reactive to such patients when they come in. This is just an example. So when a nurse is getting trained for the entire 4 years and when she is going into the hospital, she is already ready. She knows what exactly she has to do. She knows how the hospital ecosystem is different from 4 years when she was having a very happy moments as a student. It is completely different. But what GWD has done is that we have taken them through the training for 4 years. Now they are well aware. Hence, when they are entering into the hospital, the attrition is less. The retention are high. As my fellow panelists have mentioned about purpose, about culture. So, when we connect with a hospital, we help them to develop career progression also. Like we are saying, most of our nursing fraternity wants to go abroad. When we know this is a challenge, why can't we turn this challenge into a leverage, right? So we work with the hospitals to arrest their attrition, potential attrition. What we do, in fact, in the college itself, we do career aspirational survey. Okay, we ask a nurse, you want to work in India, you want to go overseas. So the one who mentions we want to go to overseas, definitely the overseas nurses, the different countries have a different criteria, they want to have experience. So we help them getting placed into the different Indian hospitals. After that, the country which they choose, right, we help them to get the language training program, sir, what you mentioned, German language program, we help them with the training, proficiency exams and all. After that, now they are ready with 1 or 2 years of experience and they are working in an ex-hospital. Now, global workforce development works in the India, the domestic part, and we have the international part also. Now, if a nurse enters into the hospital through GWD, works there for 2 years, we help them for the continuous training for them for these 2 years. Now they say we want to go to Germany, right? So they don't have to leave their job and to start studying German language and all that because GWD is anyways taking care of them. Now this is a potential attrition. The hospital knows that this ex-nurse is going to leave, she is preparing for German language and we will help them place in Germany, right? Now what help us, this is a potential attrition. Before the nurse leaves in next 2-3 months, before her visa comes and all that, GWD helps the hospital or a healthcare organization with a replacement. Right? So this is a career progression. The other nurse who is entering as a fresher, she will not leave the hospital just because to prepare for some language program or to look for a job outside. So hence, it helps into the career progression. Then, we customize training as per the hospital or the healthcare organization requirement also. Right? So this is what we do exactly. Why we have come to a, thought process that this traditional way of, recruiting and deployment should be changed with recruitment, sourcing, then training, certifying and deployment is every year 33 lakh students appear for 12th class exam, which shows interest in medical, right? I mean, they give NEET. If they are not able to clear NEET, they will go for some allied healthcare professionals or someone choose BPT, someone goes for Ayurveda and all that, right? Then comes the quality in place. How are we going to take care of the quality? So we have our own healthcare academy where as per the customers, as per the client's requirement, we customize the training for them and then that's how we deploy the manpower with the healthcare providers, I mean the hospitals. So that's how we take care of the entire ecosystem, basically starting from the recruitment till the deployment, career aspiration, career progression, arresting the attrition, retention, everything is covered. So that's how we are a little different from the market and you can visit our stall also. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Because of paucity of time, and we have one more session before we have all the awards being and giving the Lifetime Achievement Award also at the end of it. I really am not able to throw any questions. Maybe they can ask you when, after you move out from the stage. But I think the panelists whom we had have shared different, from Neil Sequeira with his experiences, and Jay Kumar, and of course, Suman. It was very different. Like, so many people may approach you for job, or for recruitments, and everybody here who have shared, especially Maya's from her health sector, from her IT sector, and of course Rajkumar from how much of programs we have as a skill development programs, and I'm sure you can meet them off stage. And this was very, very interesting because everybody have the same of how to retain. So I think you've thrown a lot of light onto it, and I'm sure we'll be able to take forward. And thank you so much. I really like to take it. Thank you.
Thanks to all the wonderful panelists and the moderators for making the session a very fruitful one for all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into the felicitation. I would like to invite Mr. Inian onto the stage. So can you please come up onto the stage for the felicitation? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. G. Bhattavajram on to the stage for the felicitation. I request him to kindly start with the moderators. So, sir, please. First, I request him to hand it over to Rama ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. Following Rama ma'am, I request her to kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Jay Kumar. Following that, we have Mr. Neil. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Neil. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Maya Srikumar. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maya Srikumar. Following Ms. Maya, we have Dr. T. Jayakumar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. T. Jayakumar. Following that, we have a Mr. K.V. Rajkumar. K.V. Rajkumar. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Suman Yadav, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the wonderful panelists over here and the moderator for giving us such a wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen. While the photograph is being taken, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the next session, that is the second to last session of the day. On the topic, Rising Deal Momentum showcases India's evolving healthcare growth story. And for the moderator, I would like to invite Dr. R.B. Sudhagar Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my immense pleasure in inviting Dr. R.B. Sudhagar Singh, Senior Consultant in General Medicine at Sri Ramachandra Medical Center, Chennai, with over 30 years of distinguished experience. Dr. Sudhagar Singh brings deep expertise in As a key member of the department, he contributes to the institution's mission of clinical excellence, research, and compassionate care in a broad range of complex medical conditions. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a round of applause to Dr. R.B. Sudhakar Singh for the second last session as the moderator. So, the stage is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute privilege in inviting the speaker for this session, Mr. Amit Gupta, partner at Ernst & Young. Can we have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen? Can we have an energetic applause, audience from the back? Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And at the outset, I would like to thank AHPI for inviting me and giving this opportunity. And this is going to be a very, very ultra short one-to-one discussion. This is not going to be very intense. So just sit and relax and just listen to probably what we need to find out from an expert who is with us today. He is Mr. Amit Gupta. He is the transaction leader of licenses and healthcare in India. He has been with EY for almost 25 years and has worked with marquee clients including KIMS, Max, Vikram Hospital, Life Cells, and so many major projects. He is a financial expert. Sir, before starting our the discussion, just like me, who is probably very, very novice to terminologies of financial aspects, what do you mean by venture capital? What do you mean by private equity funds? And what is consolidation? Probably if you could clarify, we would be very happy.
A very interesting question. Three things actually, these three sources of capital come at different stages of the life of any company. When a company is young and it is actually having a very strong ambition of growth, that is the stage at which a VC, which is very early stage investor, comes in and backs that vision of the company is matured a little bit, has started to generate cash flows, now wants to grow further. But obviously the rate of growth cannot be as it was 5 years back. Now the rate of growth moderate down a little bit, but still faster than the industry. That is where a PE comes in. And in the life cycle healthcare organization or any organization for that matter, consolidation promoter thinks, okay, I spent my life into this. Maybe there is a better home that I can find for my venture or an asset. And that is where the consolidation comes in. So typically, it's more like a baby who's just
go through all the stages, or can the organization stop with only venture capital or a PE, or does it always have to end up with consolidation?
No, not at all. And these stages need not happen sequentially, compulsorily. Obviously, there is a cycle that some organizations have followed in that fashion, but it is not compulsory at all. I'll give you an example. My first deal 20 years back, which was the Dr. Lal Path Labs. It was a private equity deal. They did not go for a VC funding at all. In fact, 20 years back, there was nothing called VC funding either. But then they did not go for any VC funding. They went for PE, but did not go for any consolidation after that. They listed actually. Similarly, organizations that are going for consolidation today may or may not have gone through a PE or a VC cycle.
Good. So that was very clear about it, sir. Sir, probably looking at the present scenario in Indian healthcare industry, there are a lot of PE seekers from the healthcare industry.
Plus, there are a lot of PEs who are targeting this healthcare industry to invest. Why do you think this recent scenario changes?
Yes, indeed, we are in very interesting times today. If I have to really split my career of 25 years into, let's say, 20 and 5, the last 5 years, the amount of deal activity that we have seen is unprecedented. In fact, the first 20 years, the quantum of deal activity all put together would be surpassed by the deal activity that I saw in the last 5 years. So why is that happening? Why is the deal momentum so high? And as you rightly said, let's think about the people who are seeking capital today. So why are they seeking more and more capital today? Because a lot of founders that I meet today, they're far more ambitious than they used to be earlier. They feel that the opportunity landscape is large enough today, which obviously they can continue to grow at their own pace from their internal accruals. But if they get a little additional capital infusion, which is not debt, which is actually more like an equity, they can probably leapfrog their growth. So that is one. Number two, a lot of times the promoters feel that they need a supporting hand as well, or a supporting partner as well, who's probably seen the industry in a very different fashion than what they have seen. So they look for support in terms of hiring, in terms of systems and processes, in terms of mergers and acquisitions. And that is where a PEs play a very interesting role. And again, going back to my Dr. Lal example, so that I don't repeat multiple examples. So Dr. Lal, when actually the deal happened 20 years back, just to give you a size of the organization, it was 40 crores of top line. Today, the organization is the $3 billion of market cap. They raised private equity funding. This was 80 crores of valuation at which the funding happened. First thing the private equity guy did was actually hire a team which was actually able to supplement Dr. Arvind Lal, who was the owner of this organization. And that was the management team which came in. So Dr. Lal focused a lot more on the clinical side. Management team focused on the operations side. Number two, they focus a lot more on systems and processes that the organizations grow. The challenges tend to be very, very different. Promoter may or may not be equipped completely to handle those challenges as the organization is actually going through a growth phase. And that is where the Westbridge, which was actually a private equity fund who had invested into Dr. Lal at that time, they actually enabled Dr. Lal to navigate that journey without any errors. The third area, and I'll just talk about a very recent deal which we did, which is the GA investing into Cygnus Ujala. They put in almost $150 million. A lot of that money is going towards mergers and acquisitions as we speak. So they've already done a M&A in Punjab. They are looking at 2 more, which I can tell you the promoters on their own could not have done. And that is where the PEs actually, the job seeker or the PE seekers are looking for from the private equity guys. What is exciting for the PE guys? I think COVID was a very big testament of the fact that how acyclical this sector is. So there is a very limited downside that this sector provides. However, at the same time, the organized sector is actually giving the returns which are better than most sectors. And that is what is creating a lot of interest in this sector. And the public market multiples today are at an all-time high. A lot of PE guys who are actually looking at healthcare, they feel that their exit via an IPO is a very realistic opportunity. And that is why there is a lot of interest from these guys as well.
Probably, from what I could understand, probably it is a win-win situation for both for the PEs and the promoters.
Absolutely.
That was excellent, sir. And I mean, a lot of institutions go for consolidation. What do you think probably, you have a vast experience of almost 25 years now. What do you think is probably the real driving force or the real factor that makes someone decide probably we should consolidate?
Again, let's split this into 2 parts, which is the guys who are consolidating and the hospitals which are getting consolidated. The guys who are consolidating, there are 2 types of consolidators today. One is the strategic guys. Since COVID, the balance sheets of most of the strategic guys have really strengthened. They are really sitting on large pools of cash, and their balance sheets have become completely debt-free, which was not the situation earlier. So they have an ammunition available to deploy that cash. Number two is the emergence of PE-backed platforms or the buyout fund-backed platforms. In South, for example, we have two very large platforms. One is a KKR, which actually acquired Baby Memorial Hospital. Second is Blackstone, which have acquired three chains in the South or the Deccan Plateau region itself, which is DA Master, which is KIMS in Kerala, and Care Hospitals. So these strategic guys are acquiring the hospitals, or the PE-backed platforms are acquiring the hospitals, because organically developing a hospital is a 3 to 5 year journey itself. And they just feel that even if I have to pay some premium, but if I get a quality asset, I am actually leapfrogging my journey itself. Number two, they know that the hospital that they are acquiring either are providing them an entry into the new region, or it is the synergies that they can realize, whether it is in terms of procurement, in terms of better utilization of talent, better utilization of common resources. So they feel that if I am actually acquiring 100 crores of EBITDA, in my hand that probably the EBITDA will be 125 crores. So in any case, I am still retaining that upside. Number three is the transaction multiples typically tend to be lower than the public market multiples. So they know that if I'm paying 15 times EBITDA, when I list in today's environment, I will probably be listed at 30 times multiple. So basically the EBITDA is paying for its own. Now if I have to think about the other side, which is as to why are people selling today, there have always been 2 or 3 drivers. Number one has been a succession issue, where people just feel that maybe if the key doctor has been the driver of the hospital, what happens to the hospital or the legacy after him? So there is a clear monetization that he can do while retaining the brand legacy. For him, obviously, the big driver becomes who can actually carry the legacy forward after the hospital is sold.
That was excellent, sir. And probably we will wind up with one last but a very important question. That how should one, maybe as a promoter, should be prepared for these transactions? Because we should know what we are going to go through, and we should anticipate. So how should we be prepared for this?
Okay, let me start with the fundraise or the private equity first. I think the most important thing is, why do I need the money? So articulation of the need of the funds in the heads of the promoters is the first step. As to why do I need money? Will the additional infusion make a difference in my journey? And that is something I call like a preparation of a business plan, a 5-year vision, 5-year business plan. Number 2 step is articulation of that vision in terms of the landscape is large, but what is my right to win? Can I win in that landscape? Let's say if a company from North were to have a vision that I can do very well in South, on paper it may look very good, but what is the right to win that the company in North will have in the South? And that really needs to be threshed out very, very articulately in terms of what that is. Number 3, especially in a fundraise scenario, is choosing the right partner. Now, we all have heard of stories which we say made in heaven or made in hell of the partnership with the private equity guys. And I can tell you the one biggest difference as to why a heaven or a hell is in terms of the alignment that the incoming partner has with the promoter vision. A lot of times promoters tend to choose the partner who has paid the highest valuation. And I often tell my clients, don't go for the guy who's giving the highest valuation. Go for the guy who you can sit with on the board for the next 5 years. The journey is not a 6-month journey, it's a 5-year journey. The next 5 years can define your organization or can actually spoil your organization. So choose the partner who you are very comfortable sharing the bad news first and the good news later. And that is where I think if that kind of a chemistry is matched, then comes the next question in terms of valuation. How do you really articulate a valuation? In our terminology, there is a very interesting word called adjusted EBITDA, which as advisors we always play with and love to play with, which often tends to be higher than the reported EBITDA. So we obviously need to sit with the promoters to articulate as to what the adjusted EBITDA will look like. For example, if we are talking about a chain which has started 3 new, let's say, eye care hospitals very recently, 3 new eye care hospitals, if they've started, let's say, in the last 6 months to a year, would be generating a loss, right? Does that mean these hospitals are generating negative value? The answer is no. So when I'm actually arriving at the adjusted EBITDA, I will obviously add back those losses as well. So this becomes a very, very important threshold in actually arriving at that adjusted EBITDA so that the promoters get a full value for their asset and communicating it to the incoming investor. Coming to the strategic side, if it's a 100% sale, it is all about value maximization in my mind. Whosoever can actually give you the highest value, he has to be the deserving acquirer of the asset. The one way of doing it obviously is to run a very competitively tight process, so where you're talking to the relevant guys but in a very time-bound manner. So that again, the idea is to articulate what the growth could be from the existing assets per se. But clearly it is about, while in the first case, as I said, it is not about value maximization, it is about getting the right partner on board. Here in my view, it is more about the value maximization, and that is how the processes should be done.
I think beautifully, explained. I think this is the first time I heard the beep for ending the session, I think. No other session had this warning sign. We were privileged to have this beep sign. Anyway, thank you for that. Special thanks to the organizers. I think probably as we had a very short duration, but we had some clarity. If there is a roadblock in terms of finance, and I think you should not be deciding on your own as a promoter what you need to do for the finances, because we have experts to do that. Because we all know doctors are not too good in financial planning and financial. I think there is probably a well-tested, time-tested, financial solutions which are available, which are scientifically proven. I think we should seek their help to find the right path for our organizations. Anyway, thanks Amit Gupta for probably sharing your wisdom. Your 25 years of wisdom has been very, very useful for this in August gathering. Thank you one and all, and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you everybody, and please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions on the sidebar. Thank you.
I request both of you to kindly stay back onto the stage for the felicitation, real quick. I would like to invite Dr. Satish to kindly come to the stage for the felicitation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was indeed a wonderful session. Before the mementos come out, can we have a photograph real quick? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are coming towards the last session of AHPICON 2025, and the topic is Balancing Legacy and Scalability, CXO panel discussion. And as the moderators, we have Dr. Satish. We all know a lot about Dr. Satish. He himself is a truly inspirational person with over 28 years of leadership in orthopedics and healthcare innovation. Dr. Devos has been the forefront of advancing joint replacement and spine surgery in South India. Driven by a vision of combining world-class clinical care with a patient-centric hospital experience, he continues to lead growth and technology excellence at Devos Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Dr. Satish over here? Yes, and the next moderator is Dr. Ajit Venugopalan, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Operating Officer and Group Head of Emergency Medicine and Trauma Care at Caritas Hospital, Kottayam, a gold medalist in emergency medicine and a healthcare administrator. He has represented India in global forums including WHO Radiation Emergency Network and served as an event doctor at the FIFA World Cup 2022. Currently the General Secretary of AHPI Kerala chapter, Dr. Ajit is widely recognized for his leadership. We are very honored to have you here, sir. Next up, I would be inviting the panelists for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome Dr. V. Selvaraja, founder and managing director of Dharan Hospital, first generation medical graduate in 1994, completed his MS General Surgery at Kuvempu Devagiri, Bangalore in 1996, excelled in general surgery and gastro-based open liposuction surgeries in the early 2000s. Dharan Hospital is the brainchild of V. Selvarajan, initially incarnated as 50 beds hospital, which is now in 2023 into Salem's iconic hospital holding around 300 beds, multi-speciality hospital serving with 35 plus core specialities. So we are very honored to have you here. Next up, I would like to invite Dr. Arjun. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Arjun Rangarajan, Trustee and Director of Strategy and Planning at the Sundaram Medical Foundation, Chennai, a physician with an MBBS from the Sri Ramakrishna Medical College in India and a Masters of Public Health from Emory University, USA. He is currently serving as the Senior Director of Health System and Global Health Strategies at Nora Health. We're very honored to have you here, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. S. Sundar. Once again, it's my pleasure in inviting Dr. S. Sundar, the Medical Director of VS Hospital, Chennai, with more than 30 years of experience in orthopedics. Dr. Sundar is widely recognized for his expertise in joint replacement, bone tumor surgery, and limb salvage orthopedic care. A committed clinician and a visionary hospital leader, Dr. Sundar continues to drive innovation, surgical excellence, and patient-centered care. We are very honored to have all the panelists over here. Handing over the stage to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you. Being the very last session, we'll try to keep it very brief, but we have an excellent panel today. So what I call usually this CXO panel is the practicals. Everything else has been theory so far. So this is what we are, the success stories of all these people here. So today the topic we have given here is balancing legacy and scalability. So here we are seeing many second generation, third generation doctors taking over their hospital businesses. So first I will start with Dr. Sundar, Professor Sundar. Dr. Sundar, you have taken over a practice or a hospital from a very illustrious oncology practice of your father, Dr. V.S. Now, how did you try to cope up with that practice and how did you scale from that? You know, from an ordinary one practice, single specialty practice, to multi-specialty practice and then into many branches. Now I think you're going out of Chennai also right now. So how did you scale up in this, beyond this legacy?
Good evening everyone. Thanks Satish and AHPI for calling me. It's a very good question. Answer is not easy. My father is a reputed oncologist. Classmate of Sri Bhaktachalam sir of KG Hospitals, and he's a doyen in oncology. We started a 30-bed oncology hospital in 2003 in Chennai. I was working as an assistant then in orthopedics in Sri Ramchandra Medical College. And over a period of 7 to 8 years, the 30 beds grew up to 75. We were just managing oncology. I was still in Ramchandra. We, the pluses of a legacy is that you have a reputation, a certain ethical way of practicing. You have senior doctors who are, like family to you. You have a lot of senior staffs who are like family to you, and then you have a loyal patient pool, and you have a name to keep up with. So these are the pluses of having a legacy. So at that point of time, we kind of realized that we were saturating with just oncology, and as you all know, for oncology, you need other specialties to feed you. So that is when 8 years later, we started our second unit in Chennai. This one was, though oncology was our main specialty, we brought in the feeders like gastrosciences, nephro, ENT, and along with it, since I was orthopedics, by that time I had resigned from Ramchandra, so we brought in orthopedics as well. Challenge there was, you will have to bring in new processes, you will have to bring new thoughts, younger people, and you will have to do that without, aggravating the existing senior consultants, senior staffs. There was actually one question that I wanted to ask in the previous session, the HRs. Like, what good is the attrition rate? Because we all are talking about retaining people. The challenge of retaining people is that as you have people who are working with you for 20 years, 25 years, your HR costs go up, and you do get good talent at younger salaries. So what is an ideal attrition rate was a question that I actually wanted to ask them in the last session. So that was a challenge there. We didn't want to rub the wrong side of the existing people. At the same time, we wanted to, start things professionally. We brought in processes. So the next step was, in 3 to 4 years, we were able to achieve a good, a fair bit of success in running that hospital. So the next challenge was to, deep dive into other specialties. So now we came up with our third unit, which is a 200-bed hospital that had everything, every specialty in it. And the advantage of going from one hospital to 2 to 3 years, in the first hospital, you are a family. The second hospital, you are an extended family. When the third hospital comes in, then the people are a bit diluted. You really don't get to know. With the first two hospitals, you know all the employees that are there with you, the hospital. But when the third comes in, there are people who are there between you and the employees, and you have processes in place. All we need to do is to make sure that the process that we set in place happen. These processes are customized for the senior consultants and senior staffs, and for the younger generation separately, because other specialties are younger. And so once you do a third unit or you have a plan in place and it is successful, then it's easy to replicate. Now we're coming with the fourth one in Tirunelveli. So, and subsequently we have some other plans. But the bottom line is, your legacy is your strength. So when you scale up, you have to make sure that you don't damage that legacy. Whatever that legacy has done for you, the reason why you are successful. And so even when you grow, that ethos has to be in place. That's the bottom line. We ensure that we are in a good place.
Wonderful, sir. Legacy is a strength is a very, very lovely point which you have given. I'll go to Arjun. You run a family trust, and this family trust is probably not for profitability and for more of sale. So how did you sustain so long? How do you think you can scale up any more from a trust point of view, but in a family?
Thank you, Dr. Satish, for that question. Thank you, AHPI team, for having me here and for this opportunity. So some of you may know about Sundara Medical Foundation. We were founded by my father, Dr. S. Rangarajan, 30 years ago. Been supported by the Sundara Finance Group of companies, of which my father was a member. So to your question, many of our trustees who've been very involved in seeing the hospital follow a certain ethos, like Professor Sundar was also saying, they've been very invested from the very start until today. So I think one thing that's really important is, of course, amongst family members and amongst your trustees in this situation, there has to be a unity of purpose. There has to be alignment on the vision. I think we were very lucky in that sense to have everyone unanimously very much focused on ensuring that as an institution, we could continue to deliver on the vision we were set up with, which was to provide high quality care that is affordable, that is very patient-centric, and also be very community-focused. So I think connecting to the topic of today as well in terms of scalability, for us, scale was also very much relative to answering what is scale as far as our ethos is concerned, as far as our values are concerned. So if we are to remain a community-centric hospital, it means we have to be responsive to the needs of the community. And our trustees allowed us to continue to have that as the key goal. And I think that's honestly what has allowed us to be in the position we're in today. And to consider future growth that continues to be in alignment with that same vision.
Coming to you, Dr. Ajit, you run a network of hospitals. So how do you maintain that kind of a brand consistency, and how do you balance your entrepreneurial agility along with that organizational discipline which you want to give to your entire network of hospitals? You can briefly tell about your hospitals. And
first of all, thank you for this opportunity by the AHPI Tamil Nadu. Our hospital, Caritas Hospital and Institute of Health Sciences, it started way back in 1962 as a charitable organization in Kottayam. It started as a 50-bedded hospital, mainly covering dialysis and snake bites. From there, currently, we are the primary main hospital is 655-bedded hospital with over 7 lakh patient OPs per year, with over 50,000 IPs per year. So the scalability from a 50-bedded hospital to 655-bedded hospital in the main hospital itself, along with moving off from a 25 staffing to 3,500 staffs that we cater to, that transition is not an easy transition basically with maintaining the quality of care and also the service, maintaining the service quality as well. So the main agenda or main thought process of this whole scalability is based on the whole mission of the charitable institution. We have to serve to the more population, but the best care at the most affordable rate. Even right now, majority of the OPs run at 100 rupees. Main reason for that is there are lots of unaffordable or lots of people in the lower strata which is probably not getting the high-end cares that is possible. We currently have robotic surgery. We have all the top-end machines, top-end facilities, whatever you want, we are trying to provide it in our institution. We main hospital itself have 2 to 3 CT machines to have going for a second MRI machine. So the volume itself speaks for the service that we are providing to the patients that we have. And later on, what we understood is that maternal and child is a totally different ball game altogether. We can't treat maternal and child health along with the infectious disease or referral as the other referral patients. So it's a totally different ball game together. So we want to actually change that into a different wing so that we can provide much more service to that category of people. And that transition was the most biggest challenge that we had, which we did last year, which we took over another 300-bed hospital, and which we took over 150-bed and we converted that to a 300-bed hospital, which has a total capacity to deliver all the high-risk pregnancy with a high-end neonatal care as well. The transition of that care, along with the quality that we are maintaining here, the trainings that we have to provide our staff, that transition was the biggest challenge that we had in last year. And we are happy that this month actually it's celebrating the first year of the pediatric wing moving to the new block altogether. So coming to the back to the question that sir was asking, maintaining this whole process is tiresome when we have most of the hospitals will have more than 3,000 employees, 3,500 employees with attrition rates that is also going up with people moving to all the across globes. Majority of them come for maybe 1 or 2 years. So putting that 1 or 2 years, making them work in that institution and understanding what the institution values is in the first to 2 months itself is the biggest point that we are working on. The orientation programs, the high-end training programs, they try to provide them, along with in-house trainings, on-site trainings, including trainings at other institutions if you want to, because we are a growing institution. There are lots of technological advancement that is going in across the globe. We have to adopt that. AI transformation, we have tried to adopt most of the AI transformation. We are going to a complete IPMR software process with a total AI integration in most of the processes that we have done in already. So transitions have to happen. The more scalability we have to happen. This is the 5th hospital that we are having. So scalability needs to happen. We have to reach to all the different corners. We have started off something called as boat ambulance, boat medical unit, where our unit goes in boats, which is working like a hospital, to areas which is totally inaccessible to roads. And the main reason is there are people who are literally bedridden at those locations without any accessibility to any healthcare programs. So we try to reach our expert team to go to those areas as well. Because what we understood at least in the sector that we are working is, there is an disparity between the healthcare providing that the upper class or the lower class is getting. So we as an institution is trying to gap that to whatever extent that is possible, so that the quality care at the affordable rate is reached to everyone. And that's what we are trying to maintain.
Thanks, Ajit. Moving on to Dr. Selvaraj. Dr. Selvaraj, you're a first-time medical professional, first-time entrepreneur who has built up such a big medical setup in Salem, Tier 3 town. But what are your challenges? What were your path to your success story? Because many of us are talking about legacies, about the second generation or third generations. But what is your, as a first generation medical professional who's built up such a, probably it will be a legacy for your children to come?
Thank you, Satish. Good evening. First, when I saw my name in this panel discussion about balancing legacy and scalability, I was wondering, where is my legacy? Where is the legacy behind me to talk about this? Then when I asked Satish, he told me like, you just tell about your challenges and your experience. Probably it might be helpful to the lot of aspirants who are thinking about starting a hospital, but fearing of sustainability. I started my hospital, I started my practice in 2000 and started a 50-bedded hospital in 2007. And slowly I kept on increasing the infrastructure. And now it is 300-bedded hospital with a dedicated onco center and all the other specialties. So what were the challenges and how I did it? When I think back, my only aim was to get more patients. Like I was thinking more of having more patients under me than rather how much I'll be earning. So from day one, I started the hospital. I was concentrating on how to have a very good infra. Even if it is small, the ambience should be good. Whenever the patients walk in, they should have a feel-good factor. So then only they'll be seeing our work, our profession. So whenever the patient enters into a hospital, they'll see nowadays it's very high. They see about the ambience of the hospital, the infra and their comfort over there. And the second they look of the service what we give. So slowly, whenever there is a demand from the patient, I used to have a checklist like every day, what are the new patients asking for? What are the demands? So initially, I was targeting the poor class people, middle class people. So nowadays, after the huge establishment of bigger hospitals in everywhere, I think probably the newcomers, the beginners should be targeting about the middle class and the low class people. So that we have to, since morning we were, a lot of discussions were happening around the quality of and the service, how much we have to give to the patients. But the beginners can't give the same quality as the high-end hospitals give, because everything carries a money, which it's not affordable for the beginner to provide. So my experience, my opinion to the beginners is, we have to balance between the sustainability and the scalability. So slowly we have to improve our infrastructure, not only the building or the equipments, but the scalability should be the manpower even, the consultants, the staff nurse, the qualified staff nurse. Slowly we have to improve, and once the patient's crowd is getting changed, you have to improve your quality. So definitely when you reach 150 beds, you have to give all the top end qualities which was discussed since morning. So then only you can think of going high. Probably I don't think legacy is the number of years. It's only the trust which has been built over the years. And this is my story and this is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well said. Trust is, I think, something which the medical practitioner is now slowly it's coming down. But however, you have built up your practice on trust. Thank you so much, sir. In want of time, I'll ask one similar question to all of you. First, starting with Sundar. So, to continue this legacy, what will be your leadership pipeline? What is going to happen? Will your son or daughter or family members take? And will they also continue the similar lines?
Yeah, actually, both my daughters are doctors. Both of them, it's not by plan, but both of them, they wanted to follow in the same footsteps. The elder one wants to go into medical oncology, and the younger one wants to follow me and run the hospital. The most important thing that I will have to do is that make sure that the values that we have been carrying till now, putting patients first and providing the best care at an affordable cost with a smile on your face and gaining the trust of the patients is of paramount importance. And at the same time, you will have to run the hospital with the efficiency like how the corporate hospitals do, but you do not cut corners on your values. So our job will be to, impart both these knowledges to both of them. So that is how we are planning to continue our legacy and scalability.
Thank you, sir. Similarly, Arjun, in a trust setup, your goals and values will be mostly on community service and other things. So, you think your succession pipeline will allow you to do that?
Yeah, I think like Dr. Sundar just pointed out, it's very important that everyone coming in, and as we try to recruit younger doctors, newer doctors, that thankfully SMF has had many trainees over the years who've trained in SMF. We're grateful and lucky to see many of them coming back to the institution. So that adds to our ability to continue with that same ethos. We've also put in place over the last few years a succession plan in each clinical department. So we have an entire generation of doctors who've served, the ones who've driven the maintenance of that ethos over the last 30 years. All of them are also very much invested in seeing that that continues regardless of whether they are in active practice in another 10 years' time or not. Similarly, we also have successions on the trust board. Many of the trustees are my father's siblings, his brothers. They're all in their late 70s, 80s. So many of them are also much closer to retirement. And so bringing on younger trustees who have a similar mindset is also important. So multiple levels of transition ongoing for us right now.
Best of luck for your transition. Dr. Ajit, again, so now similar to your legacy of a 65-year-old hospital, so will you corporatize this now because you have got many branches?
No, basically, our institute is a Knanaya Catholic Charitable Institute, and our directors and joint directors, their whole mission is to maintain the charitable organization itself. Corporatization, I would say, we try to be more cooperative to everyone rather than going with the word of corporatization. And we want to bring in all the cultures and all the methodologies that is adopted by most of the corporate institutions to serve better to the patient care. And that is what we are trying to focus more on. And we want to bridge the gap between patient and healthcare by providing the best patient experience possible at the best service possible to the patient, the most affordable rates, and at the top end technologies that they can be provided to. And we want to maintain that at the best possible.
So your treatment and your legacy continues with the patient trust and patient care.
True.
And Dr. Selvaraj, finally, a last question to you. So what would be your advice to your son who's going to probably take over to you? How would he carry your torch and legacy?
To be frank, there are a lot of stalwarts over here. Bit difficult to balance between the work and the administration. Like Ganga Hospital, sir, I have heard a lot about through my friends over there. Just I am searching the answer. To be frank, I doesn't know the exact answer how to balance between the work and the administration. It's very tedious, and when the hospital bed strength and the work is going high, it'll be very challenging to balance between the clinical work and the administration. Probably we have to try and we have to find out.
Thank you, sir. I think continuing the legacy, I think a lot of work needs to be done by the senior people of the family in training them. In fact, I can give an example of Aravind Eye Care system, where more than 60 people in the family are now in the healthcare space in their hospitals all over the country and state. And they have a kind of a family retreat for training the next generation. Now there are almost 3 generations of the Arvind legacy which is happening now. And I think this kind of going that extra mile to train your next generation, I think very, very important and to take your ethos and all your vision to the next generation. I think that is going to keep your legacy running and which is going to keep it shining bright. And again, all of you have again mentioned that patient care, the human touch and compassion, what has made your legacy become so strong and which you will continue. So I thank you all for again this wonderful session. I'm sure a lot of people will be inspired by all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, audience, and thank you to the panel members. As Dr. Satish mentioned, it would be a really inspirational session for all of us and a very fruitful one too. Moving on, can we have a photograph very quick before we move into the felicitation? For the felicitation, I would like to request Rama ma'am to kindly come up onto the stage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the felicitation, and I request Rama ma'am to kindly start with the moderator himself, Dr. Satish. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Dr. Satish, please? Following Dr. Satish, we have Dr. V. Selvaraja. Following that, we have Professor Dr. S. Sundar. Next up, we have Dr. Arjun Rangarajan, ladies and gentlemen. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Ajit Venugopalan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the valedictory function, on behalf of the delegates, Dr. Padmashri G. Bhaktawal.
It's a wonderful conference. Satish, Vanga madam. On behalf of the delegates, I want to congratulate both of you for organizing such a wonderful program. I have never sat through a program from morning to evening, including you.
Edel, sir, can we please have you on the stage? Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause because it is truly an inspirational moment for all of us and an humbling moment too that we have come so far in creating a very impactful difference in everybody's life who have joined us over here for this session. Yes, can we have a photograph to just capture and treasure this moment, ladies and gentlemen? Can we all have a round of applause to motivate and boost their energies for the upcoming years? Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this session, we have come to all the successful sessions of this day. And once again, this is AHPICON 2025 Tamil Nadu chapter 2nd edition that we are coming towards the successful completion of this meet and moving into the valedictory function. Firstly, I would like to invite the guest onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Starting with, I would like to invite Mrs. Rama onto the stage, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Menon, Dr. Adel, Dr. Inian, Ms. Sandhya and Dr. Satish. Please, would you take the privilege in bringing Dr. S. Sabapati onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen? Can we have a round of applause? We have Dr. Raja Sabapati accompanied by Dr. Satish onto the stage with the other guests or the backbones behind this successful evening that we are across to come. So ladies and gentlemen, here we have the entire team over here. Talking about Dr. S. Raja Sabapati, it is very, very honoring for me to introduce you to the India's one most distinguished surgeon and a global leader in reconstructive microsurgery, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman of Division of Plastic, Hand and Reconstructive Microsurgery at Ganga Hospital, Coimbatore, a 650-bed tertiary referral center renowned across the world for its excellence in trauma and orthopedics and plastic surgery. He has delivered over 58 prestigious orations worldwide, including at the Royal College of Surgeons, the American and the British Societies of Surgery and the Hand, and has received more than 120 academics. So ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor for us to having him here. So, the much awaited moment that we are moving into, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, moving on, for the opening remarks, I would like to invite Dr. Satish, requesting Dr. Satish to kindly come forward for the opening remarks.
Dr. Raj Samabati, senior doctors, hospital owners, healthcare professionals. Very good evening to you. It's been a day of very high quality speakers who gave so much of insight on healthcare, and all of us have learned a lot from everyone. Now it's time for celebration, the celebration of our healthcare space, our healthcare industry in Tamil Nadu. So இது வந்து ஒரு குடும்ப விழான்னு கூட சொல்லலாம், like we are celebrating our success. And so today we are having these AHPI awards, where excellence awards, which we instituted last year, and this year also we are doing it. These awards are given in recognition for their excellence every year to people in different zones. I think Mr. Menon, who did the awards, will explain to you exactly how it is done. But this is probably my last speech for the day. I want to thank Mrs. Rama Rajshekharan for this excellent leadership in this conference, Dr. Praveen. My team, I call Mr. Edel as all in all Edel. He's done an excellent job. We took the entire conference on his shoulders, and I think his poor laptop would be crying with a lot of punching and cracking numbers. He was up till 2 o'clock in the night, and still again in the morning he came at 7 and started working. Great work, Edel. Thanks, Sandhya and Indian also for their excellent contribution and support for the conference. And I guess the formal vote of thanks, Edel, but I want to just thank Mrs. Rama and Praveen for this, their support and for doing this excellent conference in the West region. With that, I have not much of time. We'll start with the awards. Probably Mr. Menon will talk now.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the awards, I would like to invite the chief guest for the chief guest address, Dr. Professor S. Rajasabapathy, to please kindly come forward and speak a few words to us. Can we have a round of applause for Doctor, please? Yes.
So good evening to all of you. I should thank the members of the AHPI for giving this opportunity. I think all of us who own hospitals or who manage hospitals have to be very grateful to people like Satish, Inian, Sandhya and Adel for making this happen. I think whenever you take a responsibility in an organization, that means one of the most important things is that you need to give your time and effort. Time. I think that's what really matters. It used to be said, whenever you say yes, I think every yes has got a cost to it, and that's the cost which you have to be able to afford. So I think whenever they take up this responsibility, I think that one of the things they say is that they say yes to giving time away from their work. And then when they say that they got time away from their work, that what it really means is that they work extra hours when they go back home. I think that's what it really means. So I should really thank you for all the things that is done. And secondly, I was there for the inauguration, and the inauguration, it was said that we want to put Tamil Nadu first. And Mr. Giridhar Gyani, who was here, who was speaking, he said of all the chapters of the AHPI, I think he said, I think we should be proud to say that Tamil Nadu is the one which is doing very well. And every time they have a combined meeting of all the chapters, they always point out to Tamil Nadu and say, there's a model state that's been working, asking us others to follow. I think that makes it us, all of us, very proud, and I should really thank all of them to do this. So I think that's very important because whatever we do, I think if we are able to do it well, I think that means that that's the best thing that we can do. And I am a student of Kikani High School in Coimbatore, and I was a school people leader, and I very many times has quoted this. And as a school people leader on Mondays, I used to give the national pledge, that is, all Indians serve my brothers and sisters. And on every Friday, we used to have a school pledge. The school pledge consists of only 3 lines. The lines were, Kikani is my school, make me proud of it, and make it proud of me. I think that's an amazing 3 lines. I think that can be translated to anything. I think if you are working at Ganga Hospital, you could say, Ganga is my institution, make me proud of it. But the next line is very difficult. Third line is very difficult. That is, make it proud of me. So somebody is working in KMCH, I think everybody has to feel, make it proud of me. I think that institution has to be made proud. So I think what our AHPA leaders have done is that, they made us proud of it. I think they made India, I think the national body be proud of Tamil Nadu. I think that deserves a big hand, and I think that's a congratulations to all of you. So, and many of the things what they were speaking consisted of how to improve healthcare and also how to improve our services. I have a friend by name Alexander Badia. He's a hand surgeon. He's one of the topmost sports hand surgery specialists of the world. I think even our own top tennis stars, when they had a problem, I think he operated them in America. So I think last time when I met him, he gave me a book which is called Healthcare from the Trenches. So he had written this book, Healthcare from the Trenches. And he's also a sort of a social activist. I think he also speaks in the United Nations. He speaks everywhere stating how to improve healthcare. And in one of those things he said that we keep complaining about the insurance as to what they say. I think we keep complaining about the government because for the extraordinary difficult things they put about with compliances, issues, regulations, all these rules. And we also complain about the pharmaceutical companies and other things for the cost and the way, the logistics that they have cut. But I think if they have to improve all this, I see he has suggested there will only be two things. One is that the end user of the healthcare, that is the hospitals and the doctors, and the people who benefit from them, that is the patients, I think they have to get together. I think that's the only thing that we have to get together. And then as doctors, as the hospitals, we need to make people understand the value of what they get. He has quoted Warren Buffett's words. He said, price is what you pay and the value is what you get. So people, when they pay, I think most patients are aware of the price they pay. But then what he said is that what we have to do is that we need to make everybody aware of the value they get. So in each of us, when we do, if we could add something, to make the patient explain, understand as to what it is, that is fine. I think it's not necessarily it is in big things, it's in small things also. I always feel that Sunday mornings I always make rounds. I think that's one of the things which makes really people happy. But then many patients may take it for granted, that is as if it is something granted that you have to do it on. But then everybody else goes on a holiday, that means you are making rounds on Sunday. So every time I meet them, every patient I meet them, I just tell them that I'm very happy to meet you this Sunday. How are you doing this Sunday morning? So that means you make them understand that we are seeing you on a Sunday morning. So next time telling is, then because they have to understand that it's very difficult to get a plumber or a carpenter or something when you get it, but then you can get a doctor on Sunday morning. So similarly, I think in small things and big things like this, I think if you make them understand as to what you get, that is fine. For example, in Deepavali, I think when everybody is there, I think you get a lot of firecrackers injuries and all this. We had about 25 to 30 firecrackers injuries and burns. So that means the whole team keeps working. That means everybody else is at home firing crackers, but then you're dealing with the people who have been suffering from cracker injuries. So that means every time you do such thing, I think as what we have to do, I think we have to understand what Warren Buffett said. Price is what people pay. I think value is what you get. I think we need to understand that people understand the value that they get. I think that can be done only by doctors. I think it can be only by done doctors and the hospitals and the institutions, the administrators have to do that. I think once we do that, I think it should be fine. And I'm also very happy, I think we should consider as a great occasion because we are also facilitating Dr. Nalaji Palaniswamy sir for as a lifetime achievement award which is given. I think he has been an icon of Coimbatore. I think for those people who have come out of Coimbatore, I think I should really say a few words about what he means to all of us. So when we were in the United States in the late 1980s, before we came back in 91 and started our services. So at the time, somewhere all the fellows were talking as, do you think you'll be joining KMCH? I think there is some hospital that's coming up. In the late 80s, there was a bus talk that was there. And some of them said, no, it will come up, it will not come up like that. No. But then I think after about 40 years, now we have got everything to see. I think how well it has come up. I think we really have to congratulate Nalaji sir for really making it up. The promise that he did has to come, I think it's really made it up. The second thing I always think about him is the unending enthusiasm. I think all of us have to really take stock in it. I think all people who have been great pioneers or who have achieved a lot of things have really got this infectious enthusiasm. And then the enthusiasm towards work or towards what they want to create or leave behind a legacy doesn't reduce when they as they grow up. The same amount of enthusiasm, I think, what he was in 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, I think it just continues on. I think for that, I think we really have to take Nalaji sir as an example. I think that's a sort of mental makeup people have. I should really compare him with one of the top microsurgeons of the world, Dr. Tamai from Japan. So he was the first person who reattached the amputated thumb in the world. So about 10 years back, we had a meeting in Taiwan, and the Taiwan Society, I think they are a great Chinese people, they got a great microsurgery group, and they formed an association. They invited two people as guest of honors. One was Dr. Tamai and the other was me when we went. So each of us were given you can really talk anything you like for 45 minutes. So I was talking about what we did and then what's the future about, how the technically how things will go for the next 10 years, 5 years, I talked. And the head of the Taiwanese unit, he talked about research and then what should be the future. I think that's the way he talked, how the research went through. But then what Tamai talked, he talked how the things would be after 25 years. So I think he was talking about how it will be after 25 years. The fun thing was, as I was sitting back, I was thinking, at that time I was 60, and Taiwan professor was 70, and Dr. Tamai was 80. I think the person who was 60 is talking about, I was talking about techniques, and the person who was talking about 70 was talking about research. The person who was 80 was talking about what it will be in 25 years later. I think they just think, as to nothing defines them or nothing blocks them from thinking too far ahead. I think that's the way I think Nalaji sir is thinking about. I think we all know how, with what an amount of enthusiasm he built up the cancer center and then the medical college and then going on to Madras. I think he keeps going. I keep always telling to my our doctors, whenever I talk about example of him, I think COVID has really defined doctors and the way people live and the attitude towards life. I think all of you will agree that I think it has changed the way people think and behave throughout the world. And people always think that we need to live now. I think we need to enjoy and all that. Before COVID, when our doctors went on a holiday, it was the holiday was either to Kodaikanal or Tekadi or Uti. But now, post-COVID, whenever it's a holiday, it's either it is to Switzerland or to Bali or to, I think it's somewhere in foreign. I think all of you will agree that post-COVID, the holidays are always bigger. I think the enjoyment and all this. But then, if you take the Nalaji Palniswamy, after the COVID, I think he has become more active. He has got a medical college, he has got the expansion of activities. I think it keeps really going. I think we salute your enthusiasm, sir. I think one of the best things that AHPI could do is to give you a Lifetime Achievement Award for this. I think this is a great occasion for all of us. I should also congratulate the officers of the AHPI for deciding on this to confer Lifetime Achievement Award on this thing. So as we conclude, I congratulate the AHPI for a great evening. I think there are a lot of life lessons that was there. I think everyday lessons also could be there. And the person, Jairam Varadharaj, when he inaugurated, he said one of the things that all of us must have and every big institution must have is the power with purpose. I think that's the quote thing he did. And you will find a lot of people in this hall had the power with purpose. I think that's the thing which we had. I think one of the person who had a power with purpose is purpose with profit. I think what he did was a purpose with profit. I think a great example could be none other than the person whom we are felicitating today. I think what in his life you will find, you have got a purpose and profit. I think both of it, he stands as a great example. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and wish you all success. I'm sure under your able leadership, what the legacy you have left behind, I think the next people will take it up. Whatever Satish, I think you should make it up in a bigger way. Thank you so much, Satish, and the team for this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, moving up.
Before we move on, I would like to invite Dr. Satish Dekas to felicitate Dr. Raj Savadi, sir.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause over here for the felicitation that is happening? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I request Raj Sabapati sir to kindly come forward to felicitate the other members on the dais. Sir, starting with, let's...
So I asked Dr. Raj Sabapati to felicitate Mrs. Rama Raj again for leading this successful event of AHPICON 2025 today.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for this moment over here.
Next, I would like to, I would ask Dr. Praveen Raj to collect us a small goodwill gesture to him.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Dr. Arun Palniswamy requesting sir to kindly come forward and receive the memento from Dr. Raj Sabapati, please. Following Dr. Arun, we have Mr. Jayakumar, ladies and gentlemen. Can we keep up the round of applauses, please? So thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Mr. B.G. Menon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. B.G. Menon. Following Mr. Menon, we have Mr. Jayakumar, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you to everybody, and thank you to Sir for doing these honors. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, moving into the main part of this valedictory function, it is my absolute honor in inviting Mr. Menon to kindly come forward and tell us a few words about what is AHPICON Excellence Award 2025. So let us know few words from Mr. Menon, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good evening to everyone. At the outset, thank you AHPI for asking us this year again to help out with the awards program. I think we've been doing it for both the AHPI Tamil Nadu chapter and the center from the time AHPI was born. It was Dr. Girdharyani who was instrumental in us coming in as a technical support partner, and we've been doing it every year. The basis of the awards, as it should be for any healthcare excellence award, it is basically quality, where we borrow a lot from the NABH requirements, patient safety, and patient satisfaction. And thankfully, whenever such an award program is done in Tamil Nadu, it's quite safe because most applicant hospitals are NABH. So most of the information that we ask for, ours is quite a lengthy form with a lot of PPTs attached. I mean, all of you have gone through that, so you know it. So if the hospital is NABH, it's quite easy to fill it up. And it also becomes quite easy for us to evaluate too. It's very transparent. It's based on points. But in case at some time a hospital felt that they missed out, it's very easy to show it to them and tell them where they've lost out so that next time they come back with it better and get the award. And with the prestige that the AHPI Awards has, we always have a very large application group every year. I thank you AHPI once more. I thank you Dr. Satish for the opportunity, Mr. Adil, everyone else in the group for the opportunity. Thank you very much everyone. And all the best to all the winners. It is the best hospitals of Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, moving into the most nostalgic, yet a moment filled with goosebumps. But Before we announce a list of award winners, there is one such award. Every once in a while, we come across an individual whose dedication, hard work, and contribution leave an everlasting mark on everybody around them. Today, it is our privilege to honor such a remarkable person who has been inspiring, and will be inspiring generations in the future through their journey. With immense respect and admiration, we present the Lifetime Achievement Award. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move in, I privilegedly and honorably present to you a video on the screen. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move into the video before we announce the winner.
எளிய மனிதர்களின் கனவுகள் என்றுமே பெரிய பெரிய சாதனைகளின் வித்தாக உள்ளன. காந்தியடிகளின் சுதந்திர கனவு நம் தேசத்தின் சுதந்திரத்திற்கான கதவுகளை திறந்தன. நெல்சன் மண்டேலாவின் கனவு கருப்பின மக்களின் விடுதலைக்கு வழிவகுத்தது. அன்னை தெரேசாவின் கனவு ஏழை மக்களின் துயர் துடைக்க உதவியது. எனக்கு ஒரு கனவு இருக்கிறது என்பது மார்ட்டின் லூதர் கிங்கின் பிரபலமான வரி. உலகில் உள்ள அனைத்து மனிதர்களுக்கும் ஆயிரம் கனவுகள் இருக்கும். ஆனால் எளிய மனிதர்களின் தன்னலமற்ற கனவுகள் நூற்றுக்கணக்கான மனிதர்களின் மகிழ்ச்சிக்கு வழிவகுக்கிறது. நோய்வாய்ப்பட்ட மனிதர்கள் அவர்களுக்கு தேவையான ஆறுதலும் சிகிச்சையும் அத்தனை சுலபமாக கிடைப்பதில்லை. மன ஆறுதலின் ஒற்றை துளியே நோயை வெல்லும் நன்மருந்து. 35ஆம் ஆண்டில் அடியெடுத்து வைக்கும் KMCHன் மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றியே இங்கு வரும் மனிதர்களின் மனதில் ஏற்படும் நம்பிக்கையும் ஆறுதலும் மருத்துவமனையோடு ஏற்படும் உணர்வு சார்ந்த உறவும் தான். இந்த உணர்வு மருத்துவ பயனாளர்களுக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, இங்கு பணிபுரியும் அனைத்து பணியாளர்களுக்கும் உள்ள உணர்வுதான். 35 ஆண்டுகளாய் ஒரே இடத்தில் பணிபுரிவதென்பது இன்றைய கார்ப்பரேட் உலகில் ஒரு ஆச்சரியமான வினோதம். 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட பணியாளர்கள் இந்த நிறுவனத்துடன் ஒரு 1/4 நூற்றாண்டிற்கு மேலான உறவை கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மனரீதியிலான திருப்தியும் விட்டு விலகாத உறவாய் வேலை பார்க்கும் நிறுவனத்தை கருதினால் மட்டுமேதான் இது சாத்தியமாகும். ஆனால் இந்த உறவை, இந்த பந்தத்தை, இந்த இணைப்பை சாத்தியமாக்குவது எது? ஒரு ஒற்றை கனவு, அது சார்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்பு, உழைப்பு, மானுடம் பற்றிய அக்கறை, நோயாளிகளின் துயர் நீக்க விரும்பும் மனம், பணியாளர்களுடன் ஒரு பாதுகாப்பு உணர்வு சார்ந்த உறவு, தன் நாட்டிற்கு, தன் மண்ணிற்கு, தன் மக்களுக்கு சேவை செய்யும் குணம், திட்டமிடுதலின் தீவிரம், வழிநடத்தும் கம்பீரம். ஆம், உங்கள் ஒற்றை கனவுதான் இன்று எங்கள் வாழ்வாக இருக்கிறது. எங்கள் கௌரவமாக, எங்கள் கர்வமாக இருக்கிறது. உங்கள் கனவை பெருமைப்படுத்த அதை பின்பற்றுவதை தவிர வேறேதும் இனியும் அறியோம் நாங்கள். உங்கள் கனவு சகாப்தத்திற்கு KMCH குடும்பத்தை சேர்ந்த எங்கள் அனைவரின் மனப்பூர்வமான வணக்கங்கள்.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when I mentioned the word goosebumps, it indeed meant this very moment. We're all very lucky that we have somebody whom we can all look up to, get inspired. So, with a lot of privilege, honor, and excitement in my heart, it takes me immense pride in inviting Dr. Nadu Palniswamy onto the stage for the Lifetime Achievement Award, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all keep up the applauses for him, because this is not just an ordinary job, but something that we will always be inspired for. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a round of applause to sir, please. up for a moment and keep the applauses going on. It is indeed a moment of pride and privilege for him and as well as his family. So we request the family members to kindly join us onto the stage, requesting Dr. Nalaji Palniswami's family to kindly join us on the stage. And while they come up on the stage, let's shower them with a round of applauses, please, audience. Yes, thank you, audience. You may kindly be seated now. Thank you so much. It is not every day that we get somebody so inspirational among us, and we have got that moment, so it is indeed time for us to ask him to speak few words that would be truly inspiring for us. So please.
Good evening to you all. I am really happy that they honored me this prestigious award. I am thankful to you all. I always say what all others were talking about is for a good healthcare services. I always tell our boys and girls, there are many people who has come here with us, always says, quality care at affordable cost, basic, at affordable cost, you have to give a good service. Take care of the guys who are coming for services to you. You are a service provider. They are paying for you. Have to, as Gandhiji also says, they are all our boss. The patients are our boss. Always think about this quality care at affordable cost. I have been to government service, was in the American service, was here. But at the end of the day, when I was in the United States, I was always feeling that my people back home should have similar care. What we are getting, they are getting in America should get. All the expertise, infrastructure, equipment should be here with us. And two, as Dr. Sabhavati was talking about, our service is very important for our people. We have to do that great service. And we achieved that. But when I came here, they are very particular about this quality care, affordable cost. You cannot charge whatever you want. You have a good service, give a good service, patient will be coming. They will come to see you often, and you will not have a dearth of patients or anything. Really important is good care, good services, good procedures, surgeries, and it should be comfortable for them to pay. All those people's convocation, conversation, and that all about is thing. But at the end of the day, I tell you is that our people, our nation, we have to take care of them. All about that. Another important things I want to tell you is AHP represents so many services of health provider. I don't know whether this many services we can accommodate in AHP or not. I do not know. Sridhar Gayani and those people are here to tell us we have to provide quality health care to our people, NABH, etc., etc., JCA, etc., etc. That is, we have to provide services according to the standard of care. All about this. I am very proud that we in Coimbatore, I don't know about other cities, we in Coimbatore, including Ganga and Dr. Bhaktavachalam is here, all about. We are all very, very careful that we should do good service to our people. That's what we are all doing, and we have no regret about it. We have good services, and we all feel that we are at home, and our people are happy, and Coimbatore is one of the best destination for medical care. Like Ganga is doing orthopedics, Satish Devadas, I was there. இந்த காலத்தில் 3 தாஸ் இருந்தாங்க. அந்த தாஸில் ஒருத்தர் அந்த தேவதாஸ் சார் உங்களுக்கு மதுரையில் பண்ண பெரிய சர்வீஸ். ஐ எம் வெரி ப்ரௌட் ஐ மீட் யூ சார். அதே மாதிரி ஐஎம் செரியனுடைய பொண்ணு இருக்கேன், மை குட் ஃப்ரெண்ட் ஆஃப் அஸ், அண்ட் ஆல் ஆர் ஹியர். I am seeing you all. I've known people in the services, medical services. Thankful for AHP for inviting me and gave this honorable award for me, sir. Thank you for your organization. Thank you for everything. I am happy to. Rama, other day, Rama came and gave the invitation. I am very, thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move into the most awaited moment of today's evening. That is the award ceremony, AHPI TN Excellence Awards 2025. So I request all the guests on the dais to kindly turn by turn come up and then give away the awards to the recipients. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's all move into the awards, starting with the Central Zone category. And the award category is for Medical College of the Year, and it is received by Trichy SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center. Can we have a round of applause for the team representing Trichy SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, while the moment is being captured, I would take the privilege in announcing the next award category, that is Single Specialty Hospital of the Year for about 100 beds, that is from the Central Zone itself. We have Hannah Joseph Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the team of Hannah Joseph Hospital? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have the representative of the Hannah Joseph Hospital for Single Specialty Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds. Next, ladies and gentlemen, the award category is Frugal Innovation of the Year in the Central Zone, and the award is received by Meenakshi Mission Hospital and Research Center. Let's all keep up the round of applause going, audience. Thank you. Next up, for Emerging Hospital of the Year, we have Meenakshi Super Speciality Hospital, ladies and gentlemen, from the Central Zone. Let's give it up for Meenakshi Super Speciality Hospital. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, for Single Speciality Hospital of the Year for below 100 beds, we have Mukesh Atru Care Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, Mukesh Atru Care Hospital for Single Speciality Hospital of the Year. And for Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year, above 100 beds, we have two recipients, ladies and gentlemen. One is Preeti Hospitals and St. Joseph Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Preeti Hospitals and St. Joseph Hospital for the Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year, above 100 beds. We have a Preeti Hospitals from Madurai and St. Joseph Hospital from Dindigul, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, following that we have the Frugal Innovation of the Year that is received by two hospitals from Tanjavur. One is the Meenakshi Hospital and the next is Sri Kamakshi Medical Center. Ladies and gentlemen, from Tanjavur we have Sri Kamakshi Medical Center and Meenakshi Hospital for Frugal Innovation of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, Meenakshi Hospital from Tanjavur has been placing themselves in the Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds also. So can we have a round of applause for the team, please? Following that, for the same category of Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year, below 100 beds from Tanjavur, we again have National Pharma Hospital and Research Institute. And once again, for community outreach and for the category of Emerging Hospital of the Year, we have Sri Kamakshi Hospital from Tanjavur receiving 2 awards. Ladies and gentlemen, following Sri Kamakshi Medical Center, we have Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for below 100 beds from Chennai, Apollo Children's Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, keep up the round of applause going on, please. And from the North Zone, for Frugal Innovation of the Year, we have Apollo Hospital, Grims Road, Chennai, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Sringeri Shraddha Equitas Hospital from Chennai for Emerging Hospital of the Year from the North Zone, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear a round of applause for the team, ladies and gentlemen. Following them, we have the Community Kamakoti Child's Trust Hospital from Chennai for Single Speciality Hospital of the Year. Above 100 beds, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, before we have the Kanchi Kamakoti Child's Trust Hospital, I would like to invite ma'am to receive the award for the Frontier Lifestyle Hospital. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a proud moment for ma'am. Can we have a round of applause, please? Yes, next up we have the Kanchi Kamakoti Child's Trust Hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Following them for Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds from the North Zone, we have Parvati Hospital from Chennai. Following Parvati Hospital, we have Sri Ramachandra Medical Center from Chennai for the Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds from the North Zone. And ladies and gentlemen, we have SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center from Chengalpattu for Medical College of the Year from the North Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we would be inviting for the award category of Multi-Speciality Hospitals of the Year for below 100 beds from the South Zone, and that is for Annai Velankani Multi-Speciality Hospital from Tirunelveli. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have the team of Annai Velankani Multi-Speciality Hospital from Tirunelveli on the stage for Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for below 100 beds. Following them, we have for the Emerging Hospital of the Year from the South Zone, from Nagarkoil, we have Kim's Health. Nagarkoil, ladies and gentlemen, we have Kim's Health Nagarkoil on the stage coming up next for Emerging Hospitals of the Year. Following Kim's Health, we have Karpagam Hospital from Coimbatore for the Frugal Innovation of the Year from the West Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Karpagam Hospital from Coimbatore for the Frugal Innovation of the Year from the West Zone. Next up, we have the Community Outreach Award category, and the winners for this title are the Karunya Hospitals from Coimbatore from the West Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Karunya Hospitals. Following Karunya Hospitals, the next category of award is from the West Zone itself for Medical College of the Year. From Coimbatore, we have KMCH IHSR. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the team of KMCH on the stage. Following the team of KMCH, we have next Emerging Hospital of the Year from the West Zone. We have from Avinashi Madheshwari Medical Center and Hospitals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Madheshwari Medical Center and Hospitals. Following Madheshwari Medical Center and Hospitals, next award category is for Single Specialty Hospital of the Year below 100 beds from the West Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, the award is received by Ortho 1 Orthopedic Specialty Center. Ladies and gentlemen, Ortho 1 Orthopedic Specialty Center from Coimbatore. Following them, last but not the least, the awards category for Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds, and the award is received by Royal Care Super Speciality Hospital from Coimbatore. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Royal Care Super Speciality Hospital from Coimbatore. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have Royal Care Super Speciality Hospital on the stage receiving the award for Multi-Speciality Hospital of the Year for above 100 beds. With this, we come to the prestigious ceremony of the awards for AHPI Tamil Nadu Excellence Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope to inspire everybody to work hard for a better future and be here on the stage with us for the coming events. Thank you. Now, to formally conclude this very successful day, it is my utmost privilege in inviting a person who has been the backbone of this event, the one who ran around to make this event a success that it truly deserved. So ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Dr. Adel onto the stage for the vote of thanks. Can we have a round of applause for him, please?
It's a great pleasure standing here at the end of the very long, busy day, organizing an event, and I would it's really, heartfelt feeling that to see an event successful enough and to see a lot of healthcare leaders, senior professional leaders from the industry coming together, discussing issues and challenges that hospitals face, and try to initiate a dialogue with all the stakeholders, holders in the industry. So that way, I'm really happy and grateful to all of you who have been part of this. So I'll start with the speakers who have graced the occasion from the inaugural. Play. And we have wonderful sessions. Session one was in quality. Thanks to the moderators and the wonderful speakers discussing on how quality can help you grow. Next, interesting session. I think a lot of you enjoyed this session on technology. Variety of speakers on AI and digital intervention. And then we had Mr. Giridhan from Zota AI talking about how AI can help us. And we had Dr. Parag Rendani from Wokard, who had actually traveled down today to talk to us on finances and how to have control over it. And then we had a session, very interesting session on session 4 on insurance, where Dr. Praveen, not just on stage, he's been leading the initiative for AHPI on and off the stage. And thanks to Dr. Praveen for designing and making it very interesting and getting the speakers on board. And then we had the next session on HR, where Mrs. Rama Rajshekhar ma'am had designed and invited all these speakers. Thanks, ma'am, for making it very interesting and elaborate. And finally, we had a very interesting session, again from Ernst & Young. Thanks to the team for being part of this. And the last session was on scaling and sustainability, balancing legacy and sustainability, scalability. And thanks to Dr. Satish for bringing these wonderful speakers on board today, senior healthcare leaders. And beyond this, again, thanks to the Dr. Professor Raj Savadi sir for gracing the validative function today and giving away the awards. And a special thanks to the entire organizing committee led by Mrs. Rama Rajshekhar and Dr. Praveen Raj today, along with the rest of them, to have made this event successful. It was because of them that we are at this stage of the event, and without their leadership, I don't think we would have moved at all. And thanks, Ramaman, for putting in all the time and effort to have made this event a success. And I would also like to be thankful, show my thanks to Dr. Satish Devdas, the president, to giving us the space to help make this event such a wonderful event every year over year, and the rest of the team, Dr. Inian, Dr. Ms. Sandhya, for always being there to support us. And we have thanks to BGG Menon also for the awards, for directing and actually elaborating at a very short notice. Actually, I troubled you at the last moment, so thanks a lot. And the backbone actually was the secretariat, and I should appreciate and make note of the work that they have done, Ms. Deepika and Mr. Mohiddin, for the kind of work they have put in throughout the event, not just today, over the past few weeks actually. And the sponsors, investment banking partners, Ernst & Young and Veda Capital. The bronze sponsors, FIC, Ganga Hospital, PSG, Medical College, Devidas Hospital, Kureka, and Sri Kamachi Medical Center. And then the associate sponsors, Zota AI, Peril, Cloud Physician, Apollo, GW Apollo, Sodexo, and Raster. And our ecosystem partner, Kaho, has always been through thick and thin of of all our AHP activities. Our technical partners, Dharan Hospital, KG Hospital, and Acme Consulting, and our media partner, Business World, and then our digital partner, K Multimedia, for covering up the event. And the event manager, iBrands, I should take special mention of the event management team, Mr. Prabhakar and Mr. Jayakrishan, for having supported us through the event and through all the tough times that we had over the past few days, and the people at the console, the videographers, photographers, the volunteers. And I would like to take also a special mention of Ms. Devika, who's been throughout the day helping us maneuver through the event, and she did a great job also. And the travel partner, Travel Zone. The press and media, I would like to thank the press and media today for a wonderful press meet in the morning. And they helped, and they came up with a lot of sensible, very genuine questions that would help the industry. I hope you see it in tomorrow's paper. And finally, the delegates. Without you, the event would have not been a success today. Thanks a lot. Thanks to every one of you, all of you stakeholders, and everyone on board and off the on the dais and off the dais. And thank you again. Hope to see you soon next year at AHPICON 2026 in another city within the state of Tamil Nadu. Thank you all.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with a lot of happiness in my heart, it gives me immense pleasure in telling you that we have come to the close of today's wonderful event. Let us carry forward the memories, the learning, and the spirit of togetherness that we have shared here. Thank you once again to everybody who has made this occasion a truly special one. With wishing you all the pleasant evening ahead, it's me, Devika Moshi, signing off from AHPI Icon 2025 Tamil Nadu Chapter 2nd Edition. Thank you everybody, and thank you to the wonderful team over here for making this a success of event that is possible for all of us to come together and make a better future. Thank you. Thank you. Before we move ahead, I would request everybody to kindly stand up for the national anthem, and then we'll be winding up.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you everybody. Hoping to see you all next year with the same amount of energy, hope and vision. Thank you.